Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexalex here. Welcome to today's stream. See, we got some folks in chat already. I see Toadette and Rylan VZ2. Hope I didn't butcher your name too badly, but welcome. What's up, Jarius? Replays? Yeah. What's up, Ski? So today we're going to be doing the viewer special, but we're going to be watching the replays live on stream. This is something that was suggested, I think, a couple of weeks ago. The viewer special is the viewer replay video that goes out every single Monday, that series we do. And yeah, we're going to watch the replays that got submitted live on stream. So The way that this is going to work for those who aren't familiar is if you go over to the Discord, which I will go ahead and put that in Twitch chat. Then under the Master Duel section, there's a channel for viewer special submissions. Go ahead and drop your player ID there. No join, no queue. Again, as I'm saying right now, go to the Discord server if you want to get your replay in and submit it to the viewer special submissions channel there. That's where I'm going to be reading from. That's where I pull from for the YouTube every single week. So that's how we're going to be doing it there. What's up, Before Dawn? Think you have one there already? Perfect. Yeah, we're going to go through, I'm going to go through back to a week because we do this every single week. So I'm going to go back to like the 13th and then we're just going to read down from there. Haven't submitted duels for so long because ladder is a slog. Ladder is a little bit of a slog. We're going to try ladder after we do viewer replays today. I think I'm going to try Fiendsmith control. I feel like that's probably the non-Malice deck that feels best to play in this particular format. That or Tempai. Tempai is actually pretty good right now, from what I hear. I might actually try that at some point. Maybe not today, but... What's up, King of Green? Hey, Hex, do you think Ryzeal is better than Crystron? Hard to say. I haven't played with Ryzeal yet myself, because I don't play TCG. I only play Master Duel. In terms of power level, it definitely seems like it is, but I don't think Crystron is an awful deck either. What's up, Alnick? Alright. Yeah, let me pull up Discord. Go to Master Duel section. Viewer special submissions. And yeah, we're gonna go back to the 13th. Alright. Ooh, I'm actually glad we're starting off with Fiendsmith Momento, because Memento's kind of on my list of decks I want to try out at some point in the near future. Actually, you know what? Right, we're going to be doing this for YouTube, so I got to give like a YouTube intro first. And also, if I'm a little bit quiet, like, not quiet, I'm going to be talking, of course, but I'm not going to be reading chat as much during the actual games themselves, just because, again, this is going to be posted on YouTube, and I kind of want to not break the... You know how it is, right? The YouTube audience feels a little bit out of the loop if you're talking to Twitch chat too much, I feel like, so... But... Anyway. Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexlex here, got another Master Duel video for you, and today we are coming at you with not just the viewer special, but this one is actually being streamed live. So the day before this video went live, which is going to be on Monday, so Sunday, I streamed us watching these replays, and I think this is something I'm going to keep doing in the future. So if you're interested at all in watching these replays live with us, or catching some of the other live streams, make sure to either subscribe here on YouTube or join as a member. That way you get notifications of when the YouTube streams go live. But I also cast simulcast, whatever you want to call it, on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/hexlexlive. You can follow or sub over there to get notifications as well. But anyway, for the viewer special, if you want to submit a replay, then you're going to want to join the Discord server. I'll link in the description below. There you will find, under the Master Duel section, a channel called Viewer Special Submissions. You'll want to drop your 9-digit player ID there. That way I can view your publicly saved replays. Please do make sure that this ID is entered correctly and those replays are set to public. I am down to watch as many different particular games as you want to submit. So yeah. Without further ado, let's go ahead and start watching some of your games. I kind of wanted to not make the intro last too long there. Okay, let's start with this first one. Let's see. This one here looks like it is. Okay. Real quick. Crystron suffers from being weak to the same hand traps Malice. Yeah, that's a lot of why Crystron's not great right now, but when Malice, or I mean when Ryzeal enters the format, ideally there's going to be less, what do you call it? Less Lancias and those kind of hand traps in the main, and then Crystron will get a little bit better. What's up, McBobX? Okay. Alright, so our first game comes to us from Fun Enjoyer, aka the one and only over on the Discord server, who's got a game playing Fiendsmith Momento versus Primite Bestial Fiendsmith. Pretty eager to check this one out because I'm definitely thinking that Momento is going to be one of the better decks to play this format that's not Malice. And I haven't tried the Fiendsmith variant yet myself. Okay, so this one was from the WCQ event here. Speaking of Fiendsmith decks that I think are pretty good in this format, Primite Bestial Fiendsmith Control, the deck that our opponent here is on, I think is also one of the better decks to play in this meta. Just because of the flexibility it has with the kinds of hand traps it can play and how many it can play too. Alright, so it looks like we're starting off with our Fiendsmith stuff here before we go into Memento plays. I think with a hand like this, that's fine. There are sometimes, of course, you have to be wary of locking yourself out of Tatsuno Toshigo, but that is actually the only lock that Memento has. So once Tatsuno Toshigo has resolved, then at that point, you don't really care about whether you have a non-Memento monster out or not. Okay, here it looks like our Fiendsmith engine was enough to bait out the Nibiru, so now we can go into Memento play. Is going to go into Cross Sheep. You know, I never summon this card when I actually play Memento, so I kind of want to take notes here. So we went normal summon Darkblade, then we used it with the Nib token. I see, and then that's how we made the Cross Sheep, because we also have the Fusion in hand. So this will allow us to, of course, not only summon the Creation King, but... Oh, wait! Because can Cross Sheep bring back Lacrima here? Yeah, and then now we can make Sequence and do Fiendsmith stuff anyway. Wait, that's cracked. That's actually wild. I am extremely glad we started with this game, because this is the exact kind of interaction that I was hoping to learn from here. See, this is like why I love this series so much. It's not just like, oh, you all, I mean, of course it is about you all getting to show off your games, but we all get to learn from each other too, and myself included, you know? Bring back the Akiran, we got the Onwich coming down, that gets to add the Sleepy here. Now we can Sleepy to fuse for the Twin Dragon, because we haven't summoned that yet. Alright, we got the Twin Dragon F that's going to pop itself to add the Combined Creation, as well as the Horned Dragon. We then got the Twin Dragon effect to summon back the Gaddock. Gonna link off the Lacrima with the Cross Sheep to indeed summon the Fiendsmith Sequence here. Can activate Sequence, and looks like we're gonna put back 2 in order to summon the Fiendsmith's Lacrima. That's Lurie and Lacrima Crimson Tears that went back into the deck there. Fiendsmith's Lacrima is activating in order to bring back the Fiendsmith Engraver. And it looks like we are overlaying those for the DDD Wave High King Caesar. Furthermore, we're going to link off everything else into a 4-material Appaloosa. I wondered if we were going to make Appaloosa or go for the Sprite Elf here. But no, we got the 4-mat Appaloosa. And then now we can summon the Combined Creation as well. I wonder, let me, I bet we don't play IP just because the extra deck is so tight with the Fiendsmith stuff. Yeah, but if we did play IP here, that'd be wild. We could have gone for a 3-man Appaloosa plus the IP as well as the rest of this board. But again, with the Fiendsmith engine, I completely understand not having room for IP here. You don't even, I don't think you always play IP in Pure Memento. I think you usually do, though, if I remember right. But Fiendsmith Memento, again, I can see not playing it for sure. Okay, so we're going to use the Caesar on the Druiswarm here. Druiswarm was trying to eat what out of our graveyard? The Sequence, okay. They have the Lordly Load as well. Okay, we're going to go Combined Creation F. They're going to chain the Drill Beam on the Appaloosa, revealing the Ether Barrel in hand. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but at the same time, we definitely don't need this Appaloosa in order to win this game here. At all. We still have multiple interactions the form of Caesar and Creation King. We don't have a monster in hand, so we can't use the fusion in order to make, what do you call it, the, how am I blanking? It's Chimera, Guardian Chimera. Actually, is that in our extra deck, the Guardian Chimera? Oh, it's not. Oh, but we do have Dragos Tapelia, which we could make, because we have a fusion monster and a dark monster. So we do actually have the option to go for another negate here, which is interesting. Okay, so Drill Beam is going to reset itself, and this is, yep, a great time to do the Creation King F. Now it can pop their board as well as their Lordly Load. So they have a Drill Beam set that's no longer live. What was the other card that got set there? Do we know it? Oh, it was Roar. Okay, yeah. And then they added Fiendsmith in Paradise, so we actually know what all these cards are. And I think Roar's the only... Oh, no, okay, no, now Drill Beam's live because Dippity was summoned. Alright, Combined Creation gets to activate here. They're going to chain Drill Beam. We can chain the, yep, Fusion to dodge. Pretty easy. And looks like we're just making a Twin Dragon here. Makes sense. And there we go. That's going to be the dub. That was a great game. That was very, very well played. Yeah, I definitely... So, one thing that I've always kind of thought is like, oh, how often does the Fiendsmith engine actually end up conflicting with the Tatsuno Toshigo? Because even if it's only 1 point, it could still happen sometimes. I could see a world where you want to start with Fiendsmith stuff, but honestly, if you open enough Memento, guys, you can just start with Fiendsmith stuff. And here, using it to bait out the Nibiru and still pivot back into it via Cross Sheep was so, so good. Very good stuff. Thank you very, very much. But of course, we still have a lot more games to check out. Let's go into the next one. Yeah, I can show deck again. Oh, I can't show deck, actually, because it's WCS qualifiers. Unfortunate. However, the person who submitted this replay is in the Discord server, because that's where all these games are being submitted. So, that was submitted by the one and only in the Discord server. So if you join and see him around, see him in chat, you can maybe try to get the list there. Or I wonder if, nah, looks like these games are, or these are all with other decks. I was gonna see if maybe the Momento was played on Ranked Ladder. They do actually have another submission here. We'll just go ahead and do that one next since we're already on the page for it. I think it's gonna be this top one here. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, another game from Fun Enjoyer here. AKA, again, the one and only over on the Discord server. Subterror Guru versus White Forest. So, this is gonna be our Subterror list. Definitely, feeling the control aspect here. Needle Sealing is always fun. And of course, we're rocking the triple Lancia. And again, our opponent is going to be on White Forest. Well, this is a really interesting variant, though. Look at this. Heralds? Is it to go? I'm assuming it's to go with the Lancia, but like, just going down to one-ofs on all the White Forest stuff, except for LZ, which is at 2, to like play just a ton of hand traps? What a wild deck. Hey Beeps, what's going on? All right, yeah, let's check this one out. Let's see what's going on here. Not the gurus. Okay, looks like our opponent's going first here. Open one of the big... Ah, we got Super Poly. This card's actually really good in this format right now. Imperial Iron Wall. That's fun. Alright, so they're going to go for LZ, resetting the... That was the fusion spell, right? Yeah, Sinful Spoils the White Forest. Going for Rakila. Adding the LZ as a Mina. Tails F to reset, and then activating again. Adding, yeah, just Rusia. Because we already have LZ Azamina, which can now get summoned. Oh, my avatar does look sad. Let me put it back to... I always forget those are on the number lock controls. There we go. Yeah, I need to, yeah, right. I need to use the numbers up top. I always forget to do that. Okay, here's Diabell. It's probably gonna add back... Oh yeah, it's adding back the Sinful Spoils. Yep, we can see right here. Searching for the Wanted. Now I can want it for the Diabell Star. And then Diabell Star just gets the Deception here. It's actually been a hot minute since I've played White Forest, but I remember the line. It's not that hard. Deception. Sending the Fualos, getting the Howled Azamina. And then are they going straight for Ilia Sylvia here, looks like? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Wanted F gets to draw. Yeah, they're going off here. They're just absolutely popping off here. Wait, we're linking... Interesting, we're linking Diabell Star with Diabell in order to make the Moon. Choosing to keep the Rusia in play instead. I wonder if that's to make a particular Synchro monster leader in the line. Because Diabell is usually an endboard piece. Summoning out, of course, the Silvera to turn all the opponent's monsters face down, but... Our opponent here has elected to get rid of it. Of course, maybe they can revive it later. We'll see what they end up doing here. Looks like they are going to synchro for 8 again for the Visas Amritara. So that is why they chose to keep the Rusia in play, in order to get the Monadium reframing. So they opted to go for the Counter Trap Omni Negate at the expense of being able to summon the Silvera, which is, you know, can understand it for sure. Now linking off into Sequence. This is if you control any Synchro monster, right? Yes, okay. God, it's been a minute since I've activated a Monadium reframing, I won't lie. Now we can summon back both of our level 4 tuners and make a couple of level 10 synchros. Of course, one of those is going to be Baron de Fleur. Oh, and then we're making an Appaloosa as well, I see. Instead of another level 10. Set 3, so we actually know at least 2 of these, right? Monadium reframing, Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. Do we have an inkling of what the third one would be? I think those are the only 2 back rows we would be aware of here. Yeah, they got to add a bunch of stuff and then also draw off of Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. Oh, wait, no, Deception isn't one of them because they set it and then activated it. Okay, so we know 2 of the back rows here. We're going to immediately fire off that Super Poly, fusing the Baron with the Appaloosa in order to summon out Mudragon of the Swamp. And I'm telling you, Super Poly is so good, not just in general, but in this meta too. Not because of, you know, specifically this interaction here, but more for the Malice matchup. Being able to fuse like Appaloosa plus Firewall into the Earth Golem ad Ignister is so good. Okay, here it looks like our opponent went for the Guardian Chimera, fusing Herald of Orange Light with the Artifact Lancia in hand. But we're just going to go into Subterror stuff now. Opponent might be wishing they would have kept that. Getting to set 3 cards and also holding the Fiendus. Yeah, that Super Poly was pretty brutal here. Dogmatica Punishment popping the Fiendsmith Engraver. That's going to also trigger the Cloud Dragon to try to bounce the Guardian Chimera. Well, it's going to use Call By on that Cloud Dragon, or Cloud Beast rather. Which I think is actually a dragon-type monster. Yeah, okay, so I'm not crazy. I was like, that's a dragon, right? Why is it called Cloud Beast? Fiendus getting to activate in response to the LZ. It's going to negate, as well as, of course, flipping down our Guru. Like our opponent's going to use Howled Azamina to put back Ilia Sylvia and add it back to the hand. Normal summoning the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears to dump Engraver. Now that's going to link off into Fiendsmith's Requiem. And then Requiem plus Guardian Chimera are going to make the sequence. Yeah, that makes sense, because I think now both Engravers are in the yard, as well as the Lacrima, so Requiem doesn't have anything to summon out of the deck. Ooh, we're making Rextramend. Yeah, because it's White Forest. By putting back the Appaloosa, too. That's actually kind of crazy that our opponent could summon Appaloosa again here. This is a pretty wild Subterror game. Alright, we get to flip up Guru and activate, adding another Fiendus. Sequence doesn't battle over it. Rextramend does, however. And opponent's going to pass. Alright, drawing another Needle Ceiling, getting to normal summon Fiendus. Fiendus F's going to flip down in order to reset the Guru from our graveyard. Fiendsmith is such... I mean, Fiendus, rather, is such a good card. Guru getting to add Final Battle. Final Battle is another really good card in this deck. This card, like, the first time you read it, you're like, oh, this is fine. These are just a bunch of, like, minor effects. But, like, the fact that they can just use this every single turn is actually crazy. Don't sleep on Subterror Final Battle. That card is really good. Okay, they're going to send our Fiendus with the Engraver. Then equip the Requiem to the Rextramend again. LZ sending, was that Howard Azamina? Yep, in order to add LZ Azamina, which can now summon itself. Gives us a good opportunity to Needle Ceiling. Rextramend does get to live, but everything else is going to end up going to the graveyard. We get to add back Howard Azamina once again, but they're not able to activate it again. End phase, they're going to go Final Battle, or we're going to go Final Battle, rather. Flip up Guru. Guru adds Cave Clash. What does this one do? Inflicts battle damage, target a Subterror card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Oh, that's fun. Alright, we're going to flip down and then flip up the Guru. That's going to add a Fiendus. Normal summon Fiendus. Fiendus F. Flip down Guru. Opponent's going to chain Callby on the Fiendus in our yard. But we get to flip up Imperial Iron Wall, that anti-Malice tech coming up against Callby here. As it does occasionally. You know, we see this, of course, with the Lancia as well being able to be used against Callby. And that's going to be enough for our opponent to surrender. So that was some pretty good stuff. You know, it's really easy to write off Subterror as like, oh, it's just basically stun, you know. Deck has to go first to set floodgates or it doesn't do anything. But we went second against full White Forest combo here, and we were able to still play the control game and control them down. So that was really, really good stuff. My favorite Subterror combo. And yeah, I had an aneurysm over that Super Poly. That Super Poly was amazing. That Super Poly is so good right now. That's one of the reasons why Momento, and also a reason why Fiendsmith Control are both really good, is because those decks can both very easily play Super Poly. People should be preparing for the ban of Appo. I mean, it might happen. I don't think there's anything to conclusively say it's going to, though. But we'll see. All right. What do we got next? Pure Memento versus Fiendsmith Malice. That sounds good. Let's see it here. Fierce Clash, Perfect Hand, Great Success, Legendary. Okay, yep. All right, our next game comes to us from Runther True Duelist, who has a game playing Pure Memento, which again, I think is a deck that's really, really good in this format. I think its ability to play Super Poly is a lot of the reason for that, too. This card is a lot better than it might seem against Malice. And our opponent, speaking of Malice, is going to be on Malice, but they're playing the Fiendsmith variant, which I personally haven't encountered on ladder, I don't think. Not that I've been playing a whole ton of ladder lately, but yeah, let's go ahead and check this out here. Very, very interested to see how this one plays out. Okay, we're going second. We opened all gas. Wow, you hate to see it. Alright, let's see what all they end up doing here. Gonna lead with Engraver for a track. Tracked in order to add Lurie. Of course, we'll pitch the Lurie here. Just regular Fiendsmith things. I mean, this is, as said before, you know, always the good thing about playing Fiendsmith in like any given deck, right, is that there's so much happening to bait out hand traps, and the thing is, like, a lot of... Okay, I'll say that a lot of people use hand traps against Fiendsmith stuff, but I'm not even really saying that as an insult, right? Because I think it's correct to do it a lot of the time. So when I say, you know, Fiendsmith baits out hand traps, it's not like, you know... I'm not saying, like, oh, you shouldn't be using the hand traps against Fiendsmith stuff, because it's like... It's kind of one of those, you know... You're damned if you do, damned if you don't situations, because if you do hand trap the Fiendsmith stuff, then, of course, it could just go normal summon, you know, our main dex combo, or in this case, activate Malice and Underground, right? But if you don't, you know, hand trap the Fiendsmith stuff, then they could go into a Caesar to counter your Nibiru. They could go into an Appaloosa to counter, like, any given hand trap, right? So... Alright. Speaking of Appaloosa, I think that's about to come down here, because they got the Link Decoder plus the Red Ransom, and no Splash Mage yet means that we are not locked into Cybers. Going to use the GWC here in order to banish the Red Ransom and revive the White Rabbit. Also banishing Chessy Cat to then summon from deck Chessy Cat F, banishing an in-hand Malice in the Mirror in order to draw 2. I think that was Malice in the Mirror, right? No, it was another Malice in Underground, okay. So we're summoning White Binder, and then... Are we... Wow, they also opened MCP? That's kind of wild, actually. You know, it's funny, a lot of decks, it's actually not great for them to open their one-of trap cards, but Malice just... it's so good to do it, to open those. Just letting you extend, and... Okay, they ended up going into Little Knight here, but... Could they have not made a 2-material Appaloosa sooner? I feel like this end board could have been better on our opponent's part. I think they could have made Appaloosa and still gone full combo, but... Alright. We got a handful of Memento cards and a Dream here in order to break this board, and... Looks like our opponent's also going to have a Max C here. This was something that Runther mentioned in their message. They said that they got Max Seed, but they decided to play through it. And they very kindly said that was in True Hexlex faction, which is a very nice compliment, I thank you for. Alright, so Caesar's going to negate our Sleepy. And then they're also going to go for the Lacrima here. Ash Blossom on our Sleepy F to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. I think was a bit of a trigger pull from our opponent. They definitely should have saved the Appaloosa, or not the Appaloosa, the Ash Blossom here. Caesar is going to get used on the Tatsuno Toshiga. We're chaining the Memento Infusion, and then they're going to flip up the GWC. It's of course going to bring back the White Binder. I like that we put back the Sleepy from the graveyard into the deck and then just use the Tatsuno in our hand. Because the White Binder being summoned now means that it can banish cards from our graveyard, so we don't want to dump a bunch of Memento monsters, you know, from our hand into the graveyard with the Memento Fusion. And on top of that, we got to put back our Sleepy to make sure it didn't get banished by the White Binder here. Twin Dragon popping the Akiran in hand in order to add Horn Dragon and Combined Creation. So trigger Akiran's effect. I think they're also going to summon a Red Ransom here. Red Ransom needs to summon and then banish. I say I like to not to banish here. Okay, they've added their third Malice in Underground. Now, I feel like the last face down might be Malice in the Mirror, because they haven't added it all off of Red Ransom yet. Putting back everything to go for the Combined Creation at this point. They're going to summon their Druiswarm here by banishing Chessy Cat, but by crashing our Thunder Dragon, or our Twin Dragon, now with the Combined Creation being the only monster in play, it can battle over everything, meaning we can just swing in for lethal. You know, this is the exact kind of game that I love to see, because it's so easy to see Malice with like 1,000,000 cards in hand and 1,000,000 cards on board. But sometimes it's a lot simpler to push through a situation like that than it might seem, right? I think there are a lot of players out there who would have opened a hand that was all gas, going second, and immediately hit the surrender button. And in terms of like, you know, time saving, I can understand that. But I think a lot of people would have also just thought that game was unwinnable. And I don't like that word for this exact reason. I don't think there's such a thing. I mean, there of course there's such a thing as an unwinnable game, but there's no use in telling yourself that, right? Because if you're right, then it doesn't matter because the game isn't winnable. And then if you're wrong, you're just talking yourself down from a winnable state. So very, very good stuff, Renther. Thank you very much. But let's go ahead and see the next game here. That was good. That was really good. I like that a lot. All right. What do we have next? Ah! There we go. Jump scare. May I post a replay? So yes, you may do so in the Discord server. That's where I'm reading them from. If you join the Discord and go to the viewer special submissions channel under the Master Duel section, you can leave your player ID there. And if you've got multiple replays, just to make sure that you specify either with like the date and time or with your opponent's name of which one you want me to see. But I'm just going down from oldest to most recent. So yeah, you can definitely have time to throw yours in at the end there, and we will get to it for sure. Because I think we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 more before we get to the end of the list, so we definitely got time to get it in there for sure. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Let me... Oh, okay, here we go. It's gonna be 9, 6, 1, 2, 6. Crystron Millennium versus Tearlament Fiendsmith. Let's make sure the game is here. Let's see. Perfect hand, huge chain. Are those the tags? Yes, here it is. Okay, it's right here. Okay. Might throw a silly game in if I have one. Yeah, feel free to. Feel free to. Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube chat. This, my OBS always acts up with that and doesn't show it right away. Hello, Nadal619. You said that a while ago. I'm sorry I didn't get to see your message till now. Yeah, the multi-chat thing I have in OBS, for whatever reason, I have to toggle YouTube off and then on again every time I start a stream for YouTube to show up. But I hope you're doing well if you're still watching. Also, hello, Detroit Leprechaun. Inherent summon of a 5k monster that can attack all monsters helps. Yeah, it's really good. Momento is really cool like that. It just has a lot of really simple ways to OTK, which I really appreciate, because like the turns take so long that the game designers are just like, let's just make the big monster be able to attack everything if it's alone, or attack directly if this one thing is summoned. Just give them an easy out. Anyway. Alright, our next duel comes to us from no one. No one in particular. Let's see here. We're going to be watching a game. It's going to be this one, where we are on Millennium Crystron. I want to play this deck again, but, you know. And then our opponent is going to be on Tearlament. This deck actually is not horrible in this meta. It does have the option to play Super Poly. This build isn't on it because it looks like it's on Fiendsmith stuff, but Super Poly, as mentioned before, isn't bad right now, and Tearlament certainly does not mind not having cards banish, for sure. Alright, let's go ahead and start getting into this one. Yeah, I really had a blast playing Crystron. That's another reason why I'm kind of bummed about this meta, right? Because even if I'm not interested in playing Malice, my next thing I was like, oh, I can play more Crystron. I had a ton of fun playing that last season, except, oops, Lancia just wrecks this deck too. Womp womp. Anyway, we're leading with Inclusion, choosing to cross out the Maxi. This is something I've done before, if you're holding Ash and Crossout and your opponent max Cs, it's like, there are definitely pros and cons, right? Like, Ash is typically better to hold on to instead of Crossout, but at the same time, if I don't remember if we're on Droll or not, but if we are on Droll, we could have crossed out that Droll, or, you know, you could cross out a later hand trap. But still, like I said, there are pros and cons to whether or not you use Ash or Crossout first here. Here, even though we're under Droll, I think it should mostly be fine, because we can still establish a lot of plays here. I mean, we're already on Ellis Skeletus. We've got another one of the 5s out. Adding back the cluster with the Ellis Skeletus. Tristaros F gets to activate here. Popping Ellie Skelly in order to summon Sulfidor and Citri. Ellie Skelly F gets to summon back the Tristaros. We can synchro for another 7 with Tristaros plus the Sulfidor. That's going to make Dawn Dragster. And then now Inclusion gets to revive the Tristaros yet again. Gonna set the cluster and then pass. If we wanted to, we could have also made the Infinity, but then we would have had Citri plus Tristaros without a non-tuner on the field. So I understand why we did it the way we did. I think this is more than fine. Alright, Callby gonna activate on the Tristvern that the Citri's trying to bring back. Looks like we're gonna use the Dawn Dragster on said Callby. Of course, also clustering the field spell. This is actually well, it's got to be the new field spell, right? Because Pearl the Rhino is banned. What does this one do again? If an Aqua Tearlords monster sits at the graveyard by a card effect set during the damage step, you can send one level 4 lower Aqua monster from your deck to the graveyard. But if you sent a non-Tearlaments monster to the graveyard, for the rest of the turn, you cannot activate cards or the effects of cards with the same name as that sent card. So I kind of understand why Tearlament doesn't play this, because, I mean, if you're already sending an Aqua Tearlaments monster to the graveyard, like, you're already getting off one of your fusers, does it really do you that much good to then get this next fuser off so soon? You want to have time to use Kitklos's effects and not just use the other fuser in the same chain link. And again, if you send a non-Aqua monster, you can't use that. I guess this could dump King of the Swamp if you're trying to do, like, the Dark World fusion, like that kind of shenanigans, but I get why builds typically don't play this. Anyway, Citri plus Fistvern is going to make a 5. It's going to be the Excel Synchron. Which we could actually make a Baron here, right? Yeah, because we have 5 plus 5 if we play Baron, which we do. Yep, and sure enough, here is that Baron de Fleur. I suppose, yeah, chat makes a good point that you could dump the barrier statue, because that's not necessarily like an activated effect. We've got that Ash Blossom for the Fiendsmith's Requiem, and we still haven't even like used Tristaros' effect yet. By the way, Tearlament Scream is going to be our opponent's last card. They're just going to show us that before conceding here. Alright, good stuff. Very solid gameplay from Crystron, a deck that I think is very, very cool. God, I like it so much. I might just play it sometime soon, even, you know, Silver Bullet hand traps notwithstanding. But anyway, let's check out our next game. Yeah, that was under Droll, by the way. Very good stuff. Alright, what do we got here? Alright. Boom. Square Bear. Square Bear has a couple of submissions here. Yep, so we'll just do both of those. Fifth one from the top, Malice versus Voiceless Voice. This one, breaking the second board. And also top, going second, Malice mirror match. Do the Voiceless one first, because that was submitted first. Okay, yep. Okay, next game comes to us from Square Bear. Square Bear has a game here where we are going to be playing Malice. Like we are on a fairly standard Malice build, no TB11. I kind of think next time I play Malice, I might try TB11 just because I haven't played a build with it yet, but as I mentioned in my combo guide that I posted on YouTube, you definitely do not need TB11 for the deck to function, or even be good for that matter, not just function. But And then our opponent is going to be on Voiceless Voice, a deck that at least in the OCG, from what I remember seeing in tournament reports, was a very solid contender even into Ryzeal Malice format. So let's see how this one plays out. We're going second here as well, and Malice does notably tend to struggle more going second, a lot more so than it does when going first. Alright. Like we opened Magnum Hut as interaction, and then we do have triple attack as well. Opponent's going to lead with Nadir Servant, Dump Guru for Dogmatica Maximus. Guru, of course, drawing a card, Maximus special summoning, and sending 2 cards from each extra deck to the graveyard. Our opponent chose to send the Wind Pegasus Ad Ignister for its, shuffle graveyard effect, and then Herald of the Arclight to add a ritual monster. We sent IP Masquerena and Superstar Slayer Typhon. Makes sense, 2 cards that we think we're probably not going to need. Barrier of the Voiceless coming down. Going to add Saphira. Saphira F pitching in order to activate here. But we are going to Magnum Hunt the Saphira, that way it can't banish itself later. They still get to send the ritual spell from the deck to the graveyard though, of course, and add the Skull Guardian here. Magnum Hunt's going to search a dragon monster. Looks like they're shuffling back. Oh, for the Sorvis, I was like, what shuffles back spells to summon? It's this monster effect Sorvis, I forgot about that. Pairs the Voiceless Ritual summoning the Skull Guardian here. Skull Guardian F gets to activate, adding Low from deck to hand. I don't believe they've normal summoned yet. Nope, they have not. So normal summon Low. Low placing the Blessing, pre-prep, going for the other prayers, as well as a Sorvis ritual monster. So if we placed Blessing, I wonder if one of the remaining cards in their hand is the trap card. Well, one of them looks like is Odd Eye's Pendulum Graph Magician. Don't always see them summon this, but it does have a spell card negate, so that's worth noting. Okay, no trap card from them here. They just preferred to go for the Blessing in order to turbo out more ritual summons, which, given what their hand looked like, does make sense. Alright, we got the White Rabbit now, as well as this Gold Sark, adding Druid Swarm during the end phase there as well. Gold Sark for Dormouse. Looks like they're going to go for the Ritual Summon as soon as the Dormouse hits the board. That's going to, of course, summon out the Sorvis, the Ancient and Ascended. Low F is going to activate. We get to use Druid Swarm here. They're going to chain the Sorvis F, which lets them special summon, but we do still get to go for a Called By against the Low here in order to keep it from coming back. Not only that, but even if this game does go to another turn, now they can't use Low on their follow-up turn either. So they can summon another Skull Guardian, but without the Low, not only the Skull Guardian does not have the ability to negate, but they also drop down to 2050 attack points. I believe also yes, so the barrier target protection is also contingent on Low being on the field, meaning they no longer have that. They do summon the Odd Eyes Meteor Burst here. That's going to say no effects during the battle phase, right? Yeah, no monster effects during the battle phase, but we are certainly more than welcome to keep playing during the main phase. White Rabbit setting the GWC. Now we're going to link off the White Rabbit into this gotta be Leak Decoder. Yep. After taking their Sorvis now, they have no more interaction, unless they have a hand trap in hand, but I think at least one of those is the ritual spell, right? I think we know one of the other ones, potentially. Maybe not, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, we get to go for Red Ransom. We have so many bodies on the board. Link Decoder's coming back. We still have the White Rabbit and their Sorvis and our Magnum Hut and GWC, by the way. Getting to add Malice in the Mirror, linking off the Red Ransom plus Link Decoder to make the Splash Mage here. Splash Mage F going to activate, reviving the March Hare. Now Splash Mage plus March Hare are going to make White Binder, right? So we're getting to set up all of our Malice stuff and then still have the ability to pretty easily go Heartscriptor into access code if we need to. But I mean, we're also in a position where we just have so many bodies on board. Okay, looks like this is Heartscriptor. Yep. I always say Heartscriptor plus access code, but there's a lot of situations where you don't even need to go into the access code. Double Lancia off the Chessy Cat draws is kind of funny. And this might just be one of them here. Getting rid of one of their Skull Guardians, we get to go white binder F to set MTP. We get to activate that to banish as well. That's insane. GWC banishing white binder to revive Dormouse, white binder coming back, drawing a card, linking Red Ransom plus Chessy Cat into... Okay, here's the access code talker. Banishing the onboard Heart Scripter is so extra. I love it. But yeah, by banishing Heart Scripter, it revives and doubles its attack points. And then we can just swing in for lethal. Usually what you do is you make the Heart Scripter and then you use the Heart Scripter to make the access code and you banish the Heart Scripter from the graveyard. But again, we just had so many bodies here that we just totally behanded, banished the Heart Scripter that was already on board, which we also could have done with the MTP that we set, by the way. So many different ways to lethal here. Malice, if you can believe it or not, is a pretty insane deck. All right. Thanks for that submission, Square Bear. Let's see what else we got. And then the other one was up here, right? Yes. All right, next submission from Square Bear again here. Like this is going to be a rating duel, so can't look at the deck profiles in a rating duel, but I believe, if I remember right, this is going to be a Malice mirror match. Yes, going second Malice mirror. So I'm pretty eager to check this one out here. We'll see if it, we'll see how many, we'll just see how we open here. Okay, so we got the Maxi and the Fulos. That's pretty good. What's the lead with Sengengen, Millennium Malice? I've heard of this and kind of speculated on this myself. There are some Malice builds that are using some stuff like Millennium or MathMech, a supplemental engine, not because Malice needs it, it certainly doesn't inherently, but it does give you something to do under Lancia. So let's see what we got here. I think they're going to go for the golem that guards the Millennium Treasures into the Wedju Temple. Wedju Temple is activating. We're going to chain the Fuelos here. Now we have that live as well as the Maxi. Just kind of Insano style. Gold Sark banishing Dormouse. Dormouse F activating in order to summon. Of course, the Malice Link monsters only require that you use one Malice monster in addition to just, other monsters in general. So, not only do the Millennium Bodies give you something to do while you're playing under the Lancia, but even if you're not, you can still make very good use of them. Looks like our opponent's going straight for the White Binder here. White Binder setting the MTP. Oh, right, of course, yeah, the Maxi got called by, so we only drew one off the Fuelos there. Alright, we have the Allure of Darkness, getting to draw two and then banish the March Hare. March Hare F gets to add itself right on back to hand. Next up is Gold Sark. Gold Sark F going to activate and banish the Dormouse from our deck. Dormouse F going to activate and summon. But opponent's going to flip up MTP right off the bat, adding March Hare and then banishing our Dormouse once again. Of course, each Malice can only summon itself when banished once per turn, so Dormouse gone for good here. But funnily enough, as they go to use their Malice in the mirror, we are simply going to chain ours in response. Banishing each of these monsters, and then we're going to set the GWC. White Rabbit and White Binder each get to activate here. So White Binder is summoned and draws, and White Rabbit is summoned back to our field. Okay, they're going to use the White Rabbit here. We're chaining March here, probably to banish our Malice in the mirror that they're about to, banish anyway. They banish their own Malice in the mirror to banish Chessy Cat to add Dormouse. Now they get to summon their Chessy Cat. Important thing to remember here is that thanks to the Millennium Engine and their own Malice effects, they're already down to 1900 life points. So even if it seems like they're far ahead in terms of advantage, we don't need too much of a push in order to be able to lethal them here. Okay, we're gonna go for the Splash Mage revive. They're gonna try to call by yet again, but we have the cross-out designator here. So the call by is going to get stopped this time. Splash Mage ends up reviving the White Rabbit. Now we can link off into Red Ransom. Yeah, Red Ransom. Then we can go Red Ransom from Malice and Underground. And we'll activate Malice and Underground for... Yeah, Chestercat's the one that we haven't summoned yet. And we can also banish this MTP in hand if we wanted to draw 2. But it looks like we're going to go for GWC banish Red Ransom to revive White Rabbit. Red Ransom gets to summon, banishing Dormouse from deck. White Rabbit's going to get linked off into the Link Decoder. And then we're going to turn everything into Heart Scripter. And then because Link Decoder comes back, now we can go, this is what I was talking about before, Heart Scripter plus into Access Code Talker. Or rather, Heart Scripter plus Access Code Talker. Here's the access code. And the funny thing is, we don't even really need to banish stuff here. Or like pop stuff. Because just one swing on their White Binder with either of these will just do it. And yep, there it is. Good stuff. That was a great mirror match. Especially coming like from behind the way that we did there. Also didn't come down to Lancia. I'm glad that neither player activated a Lancia this game. But, I mean, it's like I've said, I think the Malice mirror match has a lot of potential to be interesting when those kind of hand traps don't end up being involved. But that was great. Thank you very much, Square Bear, for that submission. Alright, let's see what else we have. Alright. Okay, this one. Alright, next game comes to us from 8bots, aka Yurio, who has a game playing Millennium White Forest versus a cool super heavy Samurai Sword Soul Yang Zing. So White Forest is a deck that I've definitely considered playing recently because Lancia is not horrible in this deck. You can always just set it and then use it to get your White Forest plays going. And again, our opponent is going to be on this sort of Sword Soul super heavy Tenyi Yang Zing kind of pile, which is really, really cool. Eager to see how this one plays out. Both what we do and what our opponent does. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ooh, that's pretty good. Opened a couple of pretty good hand traps against them going second here. It's going to lead with the Wakaushi. We're chaining the Maxi to the Wakaushi summon F. And the Maxi resolves. Alright, so Wakaushi is going to place the Big Benki and then summon. We get to draw into the Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. They're adding Super Heavy Samurai Soul Horn. They can then equip and then activate its effect to special summon. They're going to go for a Nat Beast here. I think this is a Naturia Beast. Oh, no, it's Denglong. Yeah, because they're doing Yang Zing stuff. Denglong Chainlink 1, Wakaushi Chainlink 2 means that they get to chain block here. Denglong is going to add Suani, Fire of the Yang Zing. So normal summon and then synchro for 9. We're going to make Xiaofeng, Phantom of the Yang Zing. Denglong F gets the special summon the level 2 tuner, and now they're going for... Oh, they're going all in into this Maxi. They took the challenge here. This is the kind of deck that, like, you almost wonder how scary the end board's gonna look if they're saying yes to the Maxi challenge, right? Anytime super heavy samurai monsters are involved. Alright, they're gonna go for the Saruya here with the vessel they add off of Tenyi Infinity. I don't like that it's Tenyi Infinity. I feel like it should just be Tenyi Infinity, but maybe that's just me. Revive the Moye with the Bashia. Moye gets to reveal the Saruya here in order to revive. Oh, and we're not on Droll or Nib or anything here, so We do get a bunch of draws, but not any, like, super, you know, high-impact hand traps that we can draw into. Alright, here's the Chi Xiao and Moye, of course, are both going to activate here. Yeah, our opponent is just not scared of staring down the barrel of like 20 cards in hand. They think their board is going to be good enough here. We'll have to see if that's actually the case. Saria is going to summon, synchro with the Shithana to make the Mula Adhara. Mula Adhara does have another field spell to add here. Saria also gets to summon. Yep, putting out the link for. And then Mula Adhara is going to add Flawless Perfection of the 10E. See, I thought about playing Flawless Perfection with the 10E Infinity, but I just don't think it's good enough, personally. Alright, so let's see what all they end on here. So they've got the Xiao Fang, which was synchro summoned using, I think, what was it actually? Hang on, let me go back to that. Bashia was before that. Hang on, where is it? Here we go. Light and fire. Okay, so we can't activate light or fire effects, so we can't summon dark. Can't activate light or fire, can't summon dark. Definitely makes sense why our opponent was confident in their end board, because they have that plus Baron plus Chi Xiao, and then the draw phase Lancia. Okay, so our opponent was just like, if our opponent was just like, okay, if they're on Malice, then I just win through this Maxi anyway. Yeah, White Forest does still care about that that Xiao Fang and its light effects, though. Looks like we're going for Baron de Fleur. Going for the take control effect. It's going to force their Baron. We're actually going to chain our Baron to theirs. And yeah, the Lancia means they can't actually use Chi Xiao, because Chi Xiao has to banish in order to do the monster negate. That means we can steal the Xiao Fang. And then now your opponent cannot activate the effects. So yeah, now we're free to activate light effects again. That means Fiendsmith and White Forest cards are back on the menu. Gonna go for the Tract here in order to add Engraver and pitch the Lurie from our hand. Lurie F gets to activate here and summon. Now we're gonna link off the Lurie into the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Yeah, we don't really care about the Dark Lock at all, outside of like the Azumina stuff, but we don't need that in this situation here. And it looks like we are similarly taking the Maxi challenge here. Just going for it. Alright, here's the Fiendsmith sequence. Sequence F getting to fuse for the Desiree. And then going for Appaloosa. That way we have some insurance if they end up having like a nib or something. Although they can't actually activate light effects because of our Xiao Fang, right? Because even though the card switched control, this card was still synchro summoned, as is on the board right now, was still synchro summoned using light and fire. Now, if you were to like destroy and then revive Xiao Fang, it wouldn't stop effects because then it was just special summoned, right? It wasn't actually most recently synchro summoned using that style of effect. But here, I'm pretty sure the way this plays out, the Xiao Fang would have prevented a nib from them, but still just having the Appaloosa in case of their hand traps is always good. And thanks to our double piercing, we are able to make pretty quick work of their board and their life points at the same time. That was really, really good. Thank you so much for that game, Hexbots. Good stuff. I always forget about the double piercing. Alright, who's next? Alright. 876 692. Malice versus Lab. Here it is. Okay. And let me just see. All right. Okay, next duel comes to us from Neo Eos. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Who's got a game playing Malice against Labyrinth. They say that they're still kind of new to Malice, but that this was still a good back and forth duel. So definitely eager to check this one out here. Looks like both lists are playing fairly standard stuff. So let's just dive right on into it. See what we got here. We're taking the first turn, right? Yeah. But to be fair, Lab definitely still has the ability to play during our turn. Wow, triple Dormouse in the opening hand. That's interesting to say the least. And there's good old Lancia. So, right in response to the normal summon Dormouse, we're going to link off our Dormouse to go for a Kuribo, which is actually going to be a lot better than even, you know, just... Like, normally you would do this anyway just to be like, yeah, at least I'll have something going into their turn. Or you would do it against the Malice Mirror, right, to stop one of their trap cards. But here our Kuribo should hopefully put in a fair bit of work. We're going to use Dominus Impulse against the RES here in order to stop that. Yeah, they do have the ability to simply battle over the Kuribo here, which is a little unfortunate for us. Okay, setting a card, there's Lady Lab, and then passing. So face down's got to be that big welcome they added, right? Drawing for turn, we have March Hare. This gives us quite a few more options that we can work with here. Alright, they're going to go Big Welcome, Chainlink 1, Lady Lab, Chainlink 2. Setting the Destructive Daruma Cannon. Ugh, card is brutal. And then, of course, summoning the lovely Labyrinth herself. Lovely Lab F activating here, and then Ariana going to activate as Chain Link 2. Let's see if they choose to pop the onboard Chessy Cat or a card in hand. They're going for a card in hand. I think our opponent definitely should have tried to pop our Chessy Cat here. Alright, they've got another Lancia. That's brutal, but we can at the very least chain March Hare. That way we can banish the Dormouse from our graveyard to summon, and even though we're under Lancia again, this time we at least have multiple bodies to work with. So we can still go into Link Decoder and then link everything off in order to go into like our Red Ransom here. Red Ransom is going to activate, and then Link Decoder can revive itself. And probably just going to add... I wonder if we're going to add Malice in the Underground. No, we're adding Malice in the Mirror. Okay, I was going to wonder if we're adding Malice in Underground for follow-up plays or Malice in the Mirror for disruption on their turn. I like going for disruption on their turn. I think that's a solid pick. Main phase 2, after we battle over the Ariana, we're going to link into Splash Mage. Splash Mage reviving the March Hare, and then it gets to link into our White Binder. White Binder can't banish on summon, but we can still set a trap card from our deck. That's going to be the MTP, as well as Malice in the Mirror, and then we can pass right on over to them. I mean, I gotta say, Neolios, I think you're playing very well so far, given that you got smacked with Lancia during each of your turns so far. We're still able to set up quite a bit here. Chaining the MTP, our opponent's going to chain the Big Welcome here, trying to banish our White Binder, and then we get to go for the Malice in the Mirror in response. This will banish our White Binder, so that way the Big Welcome doesn't bounce the Binder, and then we can still go for the MTP to search, although we don't get to banish because we don't control Link Monster anymore, but I think banishing the White Binder with Malice in the Mirror was the right call there. Alright, so White Binder F, getting to banish a bunch of Malice monsters from our graveyard. We can summon all of them now. Red Ransom, Dormouse, and Chessy Cat get to go online now. And because Lancia can only be used during the opponent's turn, even if our opponent is holding the third copy, they can't do anything about it. Red Ransom gets the stat swap. Get to banish the White Rabbit. White Rabbit's going to summon. Red Ransom adding Malice in Underground. White Rabbit setting the GWC. Looks like they're going to battle over our Dormouse. That is completely fine. Same with the Chessy Cat. And is this Typhone? It's got to be Typhone, right? What else would it be? The Super Star Slayer Typhone Sky Crisis. Going to detach to try to bounce our White Binder. And then pass back over to us. but we have so many more resources now than we did on our last turn. Normal summoning Dormouse, our opponent's going to go big welcome for Ariane. Ariane and Lady Lab, or Lovely Lab, rather, both get to activate their effects here. Lovely Lab going to pop the face down GWC. Ariane getting to draw. Dormouse banishing Chessy Cat, which gets to summon. They're going to go for the Karma Cannon. However, we can still flip up, I think, the White Rabbit? Or did we summon all of these this turn? I know Chessy Cat and Dormouse, I think, were summoned this turn. Maybe it was all of them. Either way, we get to go for our access code here. Access code F, banishing the Red Ransom. Or targeting the Red Ransom for the effect, right? Popping the face down card. We banished Link Decoder to do it. Oh, because we already banished... Did we already banish Red Ransom this turn? Or was that last turn with White Binder? I'm trying to remember. Okay, we did already banish it this turn. Gotcha, that makes sense. Okay, they're going to go Arya setting the Welcome Lab during our main phase 2. Welcome Lab activating. We're going to hit them with that Ash Blossom. Grinding them out of resources here. They get to summon the Arias, but they're down to just Arias plus 2 cards in hand once they draw for turn. Now we get to make Little Knight and banish their Welcome Lab. That makes sense. This is, oh, another Typhoon. Yeah, we did see multiple Typhoons in their extra deck, didn't we? So our opponent being on multiple Typhoon is really the main reason I feel like this game is even going on as long as it is, because without that, I mean, they just wouldn't have the ability to do much of anything at all. But they did manage to out our access code, so... Also, our life points are getting to a spot where, like, we can't actually keep summoning banished Malice monsters, like, quite indefinitely. We are kind of coming to a head here. Alright, so White Binder's going to banish their big welcome as well as our Dormouse and Chessy Cat. And now we're down to 300. Now we can't summon any more banished Malice monsters. So this is going to kind of have to be it. Although we do have a lot of other resources we have access to, like this GWC. And GWC, of course, can even revive a Link monster to gain some life points. But a Dominus Impulse from our opponent is going to stop that, which is actually pretty rough for us, because we really wanted that to resolve to gain life points here. We can still use Chessy Cat to banish this Malice and Underground to draw a couple of cards, but we're going to have to crash our White Binder into Typhoon just to get rid of it. And then now Chessy Cat's attacking directly. Okay, so they're drawing for turn here. We still have Ash Blossom and Imperm, so I like where we're at in terms of disruption. But they've got the Backjack for Link Kuribo. Backjack gets to activate, rearranging the top 3, and then next turn they get to set one of those, and then it can activate that same turn. Jewelstorm is going to eat the Lady Lab. Baldrake's going to eat the Lovely Lab. Now we're going to link off Chessy Cat plus Jewelstorm in order to make Dark. Oh, okay, cool. So now we can go Jewelstorm F on Link Kuribo, Dark F, revive the Typhoon. And looks like this is how we're finding lethal here. And even when they try to go for the Backjack F, we still get to just fire off Ash Blossom and stop that. So it looks like that's going to pretty much do it from our opponent here. Good stuff. Thank you, Neo Eos, for that replay there. Very, very good stuff. I thought you played that very well, especially given that you were smacked with the double Lancey of this game and still managed to come through. Very, very well played. Also, thank you for the follows. Night Assassin 420 and Bay. Alright, where are we at here? So we already did Square Bear's other one. So let's do Night Mango next. Let's see. 713, so this one, okay. Alright, next replay comes to us from Zine, aka Night Mango, who is playing a Spellcaster pile. You know me, I love pile decks, so very eager to see what this looks like. Sure enough, this is a pile. Look at this. We got Fortune Lady. We've got White Forest. We've got Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. We got Summoner Monk. We got Allure Queen. Ooh, this is a Spellcaster pile. Look at this. Spellcaster Link. It's got a bunch of synchro stuff too. Got some spell books. That's awesome. That's good. I like this. I really like this a lot. And I love to look at this. We're even playing Brilliant Fusion with the literal Garnet. That's cute. That's awesome. And we're actually going up against Malice. Like straight up, as you can see, textbook Malice here. And we're going second. So let's see what we got here. Spellcaster Link. That's so cool. Alright, we do have the Lancias here. I think that's definitely going to end up helping us out quite a bit. And sure enough, we're just going to fire one off right off the bat against Goldsark. The funny thing is, even if our opponent had Call By here, we could simply use the second Lancia, because much like Joel and Lockbird, card is not actually once per turn. I think they're going to go for White Rabbit set, was that TB11 or? Yeah, TB11. Then go into Kuribo before passing. So, drawing for turn, we get Spellbook of Fate. We're going to activate LZ, sending Spellbook of Fate. They're going to chain Ash Blossom to stop our LZ here. Okay, so let's see what else we can do. Nothing. We're going to pass. Alright. They're going to go TB11 for the Dormouse. Draw phase, we're just going to fire off the Lancia. But they can still make plays here. They have the Kuribo and the Dormouse, plus a normal summon still. So even with what they have on board, they can still make Splash Mage. Splash Mage F to revive the White Rabbit, and then link these two off in order to make Red Ransom, probably. Yeah, just Red Ransom. Could search Malice in the mirror for some more disruption. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. They didn't battle here, which is really funny. They might have forgotten they could do that. Top decking Brilliant Fusion. Brilliant Fusion sending Esteller with Garnet in order to make the Gem Knight Sephiroth. Gives us an extra normal summon for Fortune Lady Past, which synchro summons with the Gem Knight in order to summon Rasila, Sinister Soul of the White Forest. This is going to activate sending the Brilliant Fusion. Opponent's going to chain Malice in the mirror in order to negate that, however. Yeah, the Esteller Ascend goes pretty crazy there. Esteller gets to revive now because the Brilliant Fusion got sent from the field to the graveyard. And of course our opponent gets to revive their Red Ransom. Red Ransom matching the White Rabbit. White Rabbit's going to summon, and then Red Ransom can add another spell. It's going to be Malice and Underground for follow-up. While the White Rabbit is going to summon and then set the MTP. MTP is activating in order to banish the White Rabbit. That way they can add the March Hare and then banish our Rasila. But Esteller still gets to activate, sending Howled Azumina in order to summon Sylvie. Sylvie F in order to add Tails of the White Forest. LZ's going to activate, sending that Tails in order to special summon and add Rusia. Now Tails gets to activate, resetting itself. Rusia F, activate to special, and then we're going to activate sending the Tails yet again in order to draw a card, which is going to be another Sylvie. After that, we're linking away everything to make Saryu's Skull Dread. Whoa! Draw 4, place 3. That's going to get us Allure Dance, which now pivots us into our Allure Queen engine. Allure Palace activating here, setting the Maxi in our hand in order to add Chaos Allure Queen. Saryu's Skull Dread gets to then special summon that Allure Queen, and then gain some stats. Chaos Allure Queen going to revive the Allure Queen level 3, and now we're synchroing in order to make a Chaos Angel. Saryu's Skull Dread activating again for the buff. Chaos Angel is going to activate, banishing the Red Ransom, which has already been banished once already this turn, meaning that it's now gone for good. Allure Dance going to send the Palace in order to revive Chaos Allure Queen and Allure Queen level 3. Skull Dread buffs them both. As we go to enter battle phase, they're going to summon March Hare, and March Hare is going to banish Dormouse, which can then summon itself. Allure Queen level 3 is going to equip the Dormouse to itself. Whoa! And that's going to be enough to let us swing in for lethal. That was crazy. That was actually just crazy. Spellcaster Link pile is actually just wild. I love the fact that we used White Forest just to go into Skull Dread and find the Allure Queen engine for the win anyway. That's insane, style. That was really, really good. Thank you very much for that submission. That was good. Yeah, so if you want to get in, thank you, Squarebear. Yep. Go to the Discord server and join. Under the Master Duel section is a channel called Viewer Special Submissions, and I'm going down the list there. Alright, what do we got next? I think I'm going to stop doing multiple replays from each person at this point, just because we are starting to get, the queue is not like full, but I do want to get to a rank ladder at some point kind of soon here, so let's see. Next person is McBob X. Let's see. Okay, this one here versus Zodiac, right? Alright. Okay, next up we got a game from McBob X, who has a game where they were playing Fiendsmith Ubell. I was messing around with this in the event recently, but of course it's still a great ladder deck too. And it looks like our opponent is going to be on Argostar Zodiac. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, I was going to say it's been a minute since I've seen Zodiac, but Argostars I've definitely seen more recently. And it does make sense to pair these two together, because they both like the MX Saber Invoker, and Argostars being level 4 as well. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. Like, we're going second. A lot of going second games today, which is cool. Alright, opponent's going to lead with the Glorious Aedra right off the bat as their normal summon. Glorious Aedra F gets to banish itself in place 2. Then the Giant Slaying gets to activate here. We're going to Ash Blossom that, though. Okay, summon at the home stadium. Swift Capane. I'm not sure. I don't know how you pronounce that. And then we're going to link it to the Silhouette Rabbit, which of course is going to set the Statue of Anguish pattern, because that's the one that sets a bunch of other stuff, right? Oh, no. It's when the spell traps are summoned, it can destroy cards. That's what it is. Alright, our hand's looking pretty solid here. We're going to lead with the Nightmare Throne. It's immediately going to be met with the Ash Blossom, but that's definitely fine with a hand like this, because we have the opening and the Samsara D Lotus that were also good Ash targets here. Alright. Going for the opening here, adding Dark Beckoning Beast, we get to normal summon, and then hopefully we'll get to extra normal summon the Samsara D Lotus. Looks like they do have Apophis the Swamp Deity here. It's going to negate both our Dark Beckoning Beast and our opening, which is pretty rough, although we do still have the Gruesome Gravescrover in hand. Looks like with the Statue of Anguish pattern is going to pop the Nightmare Throne, and then Silhouette popping the gates here. Gravescrover is going to special itself, and then we can link off into, let's see, we're going from Moon of the Close Heaven to pivot into Fiendsmith. Got that Requiem online. Going for the Lacrima. Lacrima F getting to dump the Fiendsmith Engraver. Putting back the Moon in order to summon. Now, unlike a lot of decks, because we're on Ubell, we can actually still... Well, I say unlike a lot of decks. There are some other decks where this is true too. But we can actually access our ubell engine off of the Fiendsmith stuff alone. Oh, but we can even just use Gravescorner to revive the Beckoning Beast for the extra normal. Now, they do get to negate the D-Lotus here. However, we're going to link into Fiendsmith's sequence. And then now we can go sequence F in order to fusion summon for... Is this going to be the Aerial Eater? No, we're going for the Fiendsmith. Well, no, we don't need the Aerial Eater because we already... D-Lotus is already in the graveyard. And we didn't actually activate the effect, right? They negated it before we did. So yeah, now we can Muckraker F, discard Fiendsmith in Paradise, revive the D-Lotus, and now we do D-Lotus F. And we can still do ubell stuff. Spirit of Ubell activating, and our opponent's just going to concede to that. Oh, boo. No, I only say boo because I wanted to see this played out. That was a very good pivot. And this shows why Fiendsmith Ubell is still a really good deck right now. Just the ability to so flexibly play between all the engines is so good. Very good stuff. Thank you very much, McBobX, for that submission. Alright, what else do we got here? Toadette is next. Alright, let's see what we have here. Going second, Crystron versus Blue Eyes with Skill Drain. Going second, Melodious Shadal versus Blue Eyes Centurion. I want to watch the Crystron game. Let's do that one. I like Crystron. Alright, so Toadette has a game for us here. We've got yet another going second duel. I had a lot of these today. Looks like we are going to be on Crystron, a deck that I very much like. Ooh, we're playing the Turtle as well. Got the DD Crows? Hell yeah. And then our opponent is going to be on Primite Blue Eyes with the Skill Drain. Gotta love it. And I think we're actually going to be playing through the Skill Drain during this game. That's always exciting. Alright. We are in fact going second. And, okay, definitely not bad. Got the C, got the Droplet, even got a DD Crow for posterity's sake. We're good to go here. They're going to lead with Floor Reload for the Ether Barrel, and we'll summon Ether Barrel in order to set the Drill Beam. Then link off into the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. It's so weird to try to figure out whether it's good to max C in response to the Ether Barrel normal. I still debate on it quite frequently. I think there's arguments for either case. Yeah, we can go for the... Oh, we're going to go for the DD Crow. I actually like this quite a bit, because if they have like a call by or something, they would definitely use it on the DD Crow, and then we could chain Maxi here. And the DD Crow is going to keep the Blue Eyes in the Banish, which means the only way... I think the only way they can get it out of the Banish is with the normal spell, I'm pretty sure. Okay, looks like they had an Ash Blossom for our Maxi here anyway. Roly Load summoning another Blue Eyes from the deck. We're gonna set 2 and then pass. Alright, so we got the Sending Engine is a great top deck here. Gonna lead with Sulfineer effect. They're chaining Skill Drain, so right off the bat we know what we're up against here. Sulfineer to special and then pop. Sulfineer Graveyard effect's gonna activate for the Smyger. Now we can link off Smyger in order to summon the Clockwork Knight. Now, Graveyard effect of Smyger, banish in order to add Crystron Inclusion. Let's go Inclusion, activate in order to search, but this is going to get met with the Drill Beam. Yeah, you had to figure they were probably going to Drill Beam that, and also definitely makes sense why we waited to Sengen Gen until after the Drill Beam was taken care of. With the Skill Drain online, we know the Drill Beam is always going to get used against the spell or trap card. So that was definitely a very good play on our part here for sure. Alright, we got the Clockwork Knight plus the Golem going into the SP Little Knight. Now we can activate the Little Knight effect here, chain Droplet to send away the Little Knight, and that's going to lock in the Banish here because the Little Knight's no longer in play. It means that we have the ability to resolve the effect. Banishing their second Blue Eyes and having the attack of the Jet Dragon means we can battle over it with the Sengen Gen. And now we're actually in a really, really good spot here, because think about it, right? Our opponent has both of their blue eyes just banished. Now their skill drain is in play and actually actively working against them. And our Sengen is the strongest monster on the board. Most of the things that can contest it are already banished, and the Jet Dragon is already in the graveyard. Ah, but they can still make the Typhoon here, can't they? So here Typhoon gets the battle over the Sengen. But we do still have the Wedju Temple. And with any monster, we have the ability, I believe, to make the the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. Why did I say Barrier Dragon? Like Cyber Barrier Dragon? What made you think of that card? That was weird. Anyway. Alright, so we're going to do some Crystron shenanigans, setting up the Sulfador, and then setting the cluster. Oh, this is clever. So, rather than try to outmuscle them, we're actually going for the cluster in order to pop their Typhoon here. Not even popping their skill drain. We're going to leave that up for now, because we still want them to play under it for the time being. Alright, here we can go for the Wedju Temple. Wedju Temple placing the Ash Blossom in our hand along with Sengen. Looks like they're going to fire off an Ash Blossom in order to stop that. But we can chain the Crystron Cluster here. Cluster is going to put back Inclusion and pop the Mausoleum in white. Ash Blossom does stop the Sengen, but we can still summon that Snake Eyes Doom Dragon and move to battle phase here, swinging for 4,900. Putting them down to 850 and then passing back over to them. Now they're in top deck mode, still having to play under their own skill drain, by the way, and it doesn't seem like they're able to do anything as a result. That was good stuff, using our opponent's own card against them. That always feels good to make somebody lose to their own card. It's good stuff. All right. Very good game. Thank you very much for that submission, Toadette. All right, who's up next? We've got... Hang on, wait. Oh, I was on the wrong channel. Wait, I'm still on the wrong channel. Here it is. Mr. K is next, okay. Alright, next game from Mr. K. Mr. K's got a game where they're playing Fire King Snake Eye, which a lot of people speculated this was going to be the way to play Snake Eye moving forward, but I haven't seen a lot of it myself, so it's good to see. It'll be good to see it in action here. Fire King Snake Eye, and we are up against Branded, a 40-card Branded variant. Interesting. This is like a going second build or something, because we're on Dark Holes and Super Polys and Heavy Storm. Weird, but we'll see how this pans out here. No, because we're going second. Our opponent chose to go first. That's interesting. Okay. Alright. So they're going first. Again, despite being on cards like Dark Hole and stuff, it's kind of weird. Normal summon Alibur add Branded Fusion. Right, chain Fulos, their Branded Fusion. Sending Albaz and Cartesia in order to summon Sanctifier. Going for the triple tack. Okay. Hand ripping the Diabell Star. That makes sense. Yeah, given this hand, you would definitely take Diabell Star here. Ooh, Kieran is not a bad top deck at all. Lets us pop old Grunix. Now lets us summon new Grunix from hand. New Grunix is going to send Arvada, which can then revive old Grunix. Moving straight to battle phase here. Opponent's going to go for the Albion F in order to revive Albaz to their field, as well as Fulos to ours. But I don't think Albaz can actually... Can it fuse with any of our cards here? I think it can, right? Isn't Titaniclad just like any level 8 or higher monster or something like that? Okay, there's summoning Magnum Hub by banishing Cartesia, but we're just going to use the Fire King Skyburn to pop their Albaz. I guess even if they did fuse with their own cards, we don't want them to have access to like Mirror Jade or something here. Albaz discarded Sarnier, so that gets to activate, sending the Retribution. Magnum Hut's going to search during the end phase. Kieran revives Arvada, pops the Magnum Hut. New Grunix battles over Sanctifier. Old Grunix takes out Alibur. Arvada swings directly, poke them with Fuelos, main phase 2. We're going to overlay for the Zombie Vampire. Zombie Vamp F going to mill 4 from each player. And we get Poplar. Poplar's going to get us into our Snake Eye stuff, allowing us to add the spoils, original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. Poplar into Link Kuribo. Poplar F to put itself into the spell trap zone. Opponent's going to chain Phantasme. Yeah, I've seen some people tech Phantasme against Malice because it's useful in other matchups more so than Lancia. Something I've considered trying myself, but I wouldn't play it in just any deck. I'm thinking more like maybe Fiendsmith control. Brandon's not a bad option for it though either. Ash for Ponix. Ponix for the Sanctuary. Looks like we're now going to summon out the Flamberge with Snake Eye Ash. Flamberge F going to place Albaz in the spell trap. Going to limit what they're able to do on follow-up turns with that. Fire King Island popping the Ponix for another Kieran. Now we're going to link off Fuelos plus Zombie Vamp in order to make IP Masquerade. Oh no, this is Dark. Okay. Dark F in order to revive Phantasme. Oh, that's cute. Now we have a Phantasme for our field. That's actually adorable. Now here's the Promethean Princess. Flambridge F to revive Ash and Poplar. Prom Princess is going to summon back the Flambridge yet again. Now we're going to turn Prom Princess plus Flambridge into the Sunlight Wolf. I think we should have put Ash or Poplar in the zone under Prom Princess. That way we could have kept Flambridge in play, but that's a mistake. I do that all the time, honestly. Okay, they're going to go Retribution to add back the Branded Fusion. We're just laughing with our Ash Blossom in hand. We truly do not care. Reviving the Link Kuribo is going to add new Grunix back to hand. Is this going to be a 3-mat, 3-mat Apo? No, it's Ambluale. And then now we're going to pass. Magnum Hut game to add back the Albaz that's in the graveyard during the end phase. Onyx comes back during the standby. And they're drawing for, or they're going to their main phase rather. They're to drew for turn. Normal summon Albaz here. Albaz F, discarding Lubellion. We're chaining Arvada to negate that. So they have Branded Fusion and one unknown card. We can already Ash Blossom the Branded Fusion. Actually, is the last card unknown? Do we know it? Because they discarded Lubellion. I think Lubellion might have been their draw for turn here. Okay, we're still going to go for Albulanatus. We can just summon Promethean Princess. They use Branded Opening to stop the destruction, but we can still use Arvada to revive the Ponix. They send away Albulanatus for the Lubellion. Lubellion F. Oh, not activating here because we're going to use Sanctuary to make Garrudix Eternity. Right, I always forget I can do that. And then Garrudix Eternity is going to pop all the other monsters. Ambluale revives Sunlight Wolf. They go for Branded Fusion. We have the Ash Blossom. And now they're down to one card in hand. I'm trying to think of what their last card could be. That would be really scary. Well, Thrust is definitely up there. Thrust to Raigeki, though, is not that intimidating at all. And yeah, in fact, we just get to revive off the Garunix F. So that ended up working out pretty well for us, all things considered. All right. Thank you, Mr. K, for your submission. Very much appreciated, as always. And yeah, if you're looking to submit games, do so on the Discord server. If you're over on YouTube, it's going to be in the description below. I do want to say, though, that we're not going to be doing replays for too much longer. Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. I think I might just do these 4 people that are currently in the queue and be done after that, because I do want to get to gaming myself here, rather than simply watch other folks play all day. Okay. Yeah, I think Naren's gonna be our cutoff here. Yeah, because like I said, I do want to. We're already almost at 2 hours. I still need to get YANCY in today too, and I really need a ladder at some point today, for YouTube stuff. Okay. What do we have here? Blue Eyes versus Swordsoul Centurion. I'm guessing is gonna be this one. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I think you were talking about this one. All right, next game from VODS. VODS is a game where they're playing Blue Eyes. It's gonna be our list here. Pretty solid, standard Blue Eyes list, and we're playing against swordsoul Centurion, although not quite in the way you would expect it here. Shining Star Dragon. Got some interesting going second cards here. Synchro Overtake. Scrap Iron Sacred Statue. Starry Dragon Cycle. What is this? Phantom of Chaos? Never, I can't quite say I've ever seen a list like this before. Alright, let's see what we got here. Well, that's not a very good going first hand now, is it? Yeah, this is one of those rare moments where we would have much rather lost the coin flip if we're going to open a hand like this. Opponent leads with Ecclesia. We're going to ash that. Kind of surprised they found a starter, given how much non-engine they're playing there. Oh, they got the Longyon and Taya as well. Wow. We're chaining Maxi to that for sure. Found Lordly Load there. That's good. They're going to triple attack and draw 2. Okay. Looks like they're just going for it. I like the Ghost Ogre on the Taya here. I think that's a good call. I think a lot of people would have thrown out Valor and Perm, but yeah, Ghost Ogre was really good here. Ghost Ogre is pretty good against Swordsoul in general, isn't it? Never really considered that before. They didn't even battle with Baron. Oh, they must have thought they were on turn 1. I've made that mistake before. They were going to imperm their Baron, and then go Lordly Load for the Ether Barrel. Normal summon Ether Barrel. They're going to use Valor. I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think we call by that. I think that's fine, even if we have a Valor in hand. Because we already committed to imperming their Baron, we might as well follow through here. Ether Barrel sets Drill Beam. Ether Barrel links off into the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Spirit F for the Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum. Oh no, we can just, we already have Blue Eyes in our yard. Oh, we have the Jet Dragon in our hand, that's what it is. We're just gonna summon that. Crashing with the Baron. Main phase 2, Lordly Load's gonna summon Blue Eyes, which will make our Drill Beam and Majesty live. So now they have a 3-card hand going into our 3 hand traps plus 2 live back row. Seems pretty good to me. Moye reveal Emergence. I like how we're not even negating, we're just gonna chain Maxi. Really funny. Also, we could just like Majesty the Moye if we wanted to keep them on only tuners. But it looks like we're going to let them go for the Chi Xiao here. Chi Xiao Chainlink 1, Moye Chainlink 2. We're going to Ash the Chi Xiao, or the Moye draw. And then also Drill Beam the Chi Xiao. They do still have Emergence in hand, but at this point they've already used their normal summon. They don't have a Swordsoul Synchro up, so they can't add just any worm monster. Like they can just go for Protos here. I just think they're just going to end up passing at this point. Maxi coming from them. In response to Ether Barrel adding back to hand is such a weird timing. I don't understand, like, I don't understand firing off Maxi like that in this scenario. Like, we are completely fine to simply pass here. Or to give one draw summoning a Jet Dragon. Like, that is so unbelievably fine. I think we're gonna make us spheres as well. I love that we're that unconcerned about like what our opponent could have that we just don't even care about playing into this max C at all. Okay, they're gonna go swordsoul, sacred summit, revive the Moye. Moye F, reveal that emergence yet again. This time we're gonna Veiler, makes sense. Keep them off the synchro summons means that the emergence is still limited to only adding sword soul monsters here. They are going to end up adding a sword soul monster, but we're just going to use Ash Blossom against it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I guess we did know they had the emergence, which was another reason to hold on to it. Here's the Centurion stuff with stand-up Centurion, although we can just hit them with the drill beam here. Set one, say go. End phase, we can simply bounce the Moye. And, I mean, the game is just ours at this point. Because we can Majesty the face down, and then we can just swing in with the blue eyes here. Yep, there it is. Good stuff. GG's, Void. GG's. What do we have next here? Alright, next up is Weebza. Weebza's got some games with Branded here. Let's check out this game of Branded versus Crystron here. Here is our Branded list. Looking pretty solid. And the opponent's Crystron list. They're on Terratops, it's interesting. But otherwise looks fairly standard. Terratop for Cherubini to dump Smyger, I'm guessing. I think I've seen people do that before. Alright, quite the opening hand here. We got opening and fusion deployment and Gold Sark as well. Tragedy for Albert, deployment, Cartesia. Got the Albert for the Branded fusion. Is this Albion, right? Yep. Looks like we're just gonna do standard Branded stuff here. Veiler on the Albion, we're simply gonna chain Cartesia. For Granule. Excuse me. Okay, here's Lubellion. Touching one of our droplets. Yeah, pretty standard Branded turn one here. Okay. Let's see what they do. They're on what? Crystron, right? Yeah, Terratop for Toktom Borg. Looks like they're leading with a Cherubini dump Smyger here. And we have the Banishment, that's always good. What are they called by? Was it the Albion that we're reviving? Oh no, it's the Albaz, I see. I'm going for Coritis. Okay, because we tried to Quem Albaz, I see. Okay, here's the Tristaros. We're going to add Inclusion. We have so much, though. I don't really see how they're going to be able to play through this. We could always drop with the Tristaros, and then we haven't used Mirror Jade yet, right? No, we haven't. We haven't used Granule yet, either. Take care, Square Bear. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Was that branded sword? Yeah. There's Ellie Skelly. Oh, we still have the Coritis. We still have the Mirror Jade. Still a lot of things we can do here. Yeah. This was a good timing to wait for Mirror Jade. Now they don't have a Synchro Monster to pop, so they don't have bodies anymore. And there it is. Good stuff, good stuff. GG's, IRS. AKA, who submitted that? Weebza. Thank you very much for that submission. Alright, we're doing 2 more and then we're gonna move on to gameplay. I think in the future, when we do replays, I'm gonna limit it to like an hour and a half. Cause it seems like that's the gas I have in me to watch games before I'm like, cause I'm chomping at the bit to actually play myself right now. First, third, or fourth. I think they're all shark. We'll do the first. Alright, next game comes to us. Yeah, oh my god, hang on. Alright, next game comes to us from Baya, who has a bunch of games with shark. Let's go ahead and check out this top one here against Branded. The left and the right hand. Alright. And then our opponent's on Branded, is that right? Yeah. Pretty standard looking Branded build, although what's this card? Bye-bye damage? Interesting. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Not bad going second hand. I think we happen to play Raigeki and we happen to open it when we happen to go second here. So we're going to start with Brandon High Spirits. We're just going to fire off Max C. Getting Golden Sword Soul. Normal summon Albaz and Special Cartesia. That's interesting. That was because he could have avoided giving us a draw by just normal summoning Cartesia there. That was weird. Okay, they're just gonna pass. Oh, after summoning Quem. So we're gonna Imperm. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Gonna lead off with the Raigeki. They get to chain the Cartesia. Raigeki will still resolve and pop whatever is summoned, unless it can't be destroyed by card effects or something. But no, Albion certainly can. The nice thing here is Albion doesn't get to resolve because it's being destroyed here. So we don't have to deal with them actually fusion summoning there, which is nice. Going for the Buzzsaw Shark, but they have Branded Retribution to negate that. But thankfully it looks like they're about to be in top deck mode versus our Ash Blossom, which is going to give us a pretty significant advantage. We do also have this Aqua Jet surface here, as well as 7th Tachyon. Let's see. We can special, and then add the Abyss Shark, that can special, and then add another fish monster, which is going to be the Drake Shark. Now Drake Shark gets to summon, and we're going to go for the Bahamut Shark. Bahamut Shark detaching to go for the Le Virtue Dragon. Le Virtue going for the Virtue Stream. And to sack the Xyz Armor Fortress now and go for the Armored Xyz line. With full Armored Xyz and the Equip spell. Golden Sword Soul is our last card in hand. They get to summon. And it does stop them from taking damage, but I mean, we still have just so much here. We have the Lancer, we have the Virtue Stream. Got the big jaws again. There's like no way we're not gonna be able to come back here. Or they're gonna be. There's like no way they're going to be able to come back here. Is what I meant to say. Alright, they've got Branded High Spirits revealing Cartesia. And adding Albaz. They're gonna pin it all on this Albaz. We didn't set Virtue Stream either. I think that might have been a misclick or a... I've definitely done that before, forgetting to set the card and just moving straight to end phase. Using for the Titaniclad. We get to negate with the full armored Utopic Ray. Oh, that also makes them lose 500 attack. I was wondering why this was at 2400. Forgot to set it. It's understandable. It happens. Like I said, it's definitely happened to me. Crystal Shark for the revive. They get to go for the Diagonal F for Despian Coritis here. And Golden Swordsoul F as well. I don't know why they're using the attack drop so soon here. It's actually completely fine. Self-Dragon on Coritis. Coritis gets to summon Albaz or a Despia monster, or would if not for Ash Blossom. Even if they could summon Albaz here, they don't have any cards in hand anyway, so... And here is the Big Jaws. Big Jaws once again for Abyss Shark for the summon then add. Making the Nosh Knight. Can then eat their Titaniclad. And then we get to go for Xyz's Armor Fortress again because we put it back earlier. That's funny. Alright, now they're pretty much in top deck mode versus our Stealth Kraken and Virtue Stream. So we should be pretty good now. Grey D Mario, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Alright, so our Stealth Kraken can't be destroyed by battle. That's not always nice. Cartesia gets a summon. We're just simply going to pop, but they get to revive it anyway. And looks like that's going to be it. That's all she wrote for that one. GG's, Bay. That was a good game. Thanks for submitting. Appreciate your viewership as well. Not just you, but of course everybody who's here. Alright, this is going to be our last replay, and then we're going to start playing on ladder. Okay. And our final game comes to us from Naren, who's playing a fairy deck with Wing Kuribo and Nova Summoner. Huh! And look at this extra deck. All hero monsters. Look at that. We're playing like a dedicated Wing Kuribo level 10 deck. That's kind of awesome. Wing Kuribo, and we're up against Branded. Wow, Branded with a lot of interesting text. It's Dragon Maid Branded with like Cursed Bride Doll, Light End Sublimation, Red Eyes Soul, Swords of Revealing Light. Wild. Alright. Let's finish off with this one here. Going second yet again. We get the Fulos though. We're gonna fire that off right off the bat. Let's see how much they end up playing into it. There's a Branded fusion with the Red Eyes Soul. Okay. For Lubellian. Fulos for Fulos is brutal. Oh, no, wait, no, it's not because we just fired it off again. That's Maxi for Maxi I was thinking of. It's been a minute since I've double Fulos somebody, actually. I actually kind of forgot for a second you could do that. They're still going for it, making a Mirror Jade, despite that giving us 2 more draws here. There's the Transcendent Wings. That's definitely the most important thing to search, because that one, or the draw rather, because it's not searchable. All right. Cards of the Sky, not bad here. Draws a couple more. Oh, we got the Droplet. That was such a good top deck there. Oh, we could have found it with the Condemned Witch anyway, huh? I'm a little surprised, I guess because of the Mirror Jade. Well, we had the Droplet, though. Because we have the Nova Summoner in hand. Could we not have, like, normal summon Nova Summoner crash into their monster to summon Wing Kuribo to go for the Transcendent Wings play? Because I'm assuming that's, like, what our strategy here is, right? Like, using the Condemned Witch to set up not just a Droplet, but also the Nova Summoner, like it did there, and then this summons Wing Kuribo, and then, yeah, we do Transcendent Wings. That's awesome. Gotta say, I don't think I've ever seen anybody resolve Wing Kuribo level 10 myself, and for exact lethal there, too. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty good, Naren. Thank you very much for that, that one there. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, you know what? I know I said that was going to be the last one, but we only have one more, and Lamster, you're here anyway, so we'll finish off with your replay. There's no reason not to. Alright. Oops. And finally, we have from a player who is actually Lamster over on the Discord server. We got a game where we are going to be on, let's see, Blue Eyes. Pretty standard looking build there. And we're going to be playing against, looks like, Millennium Fiendsmith Punk. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's see how this one shakes out. Alright, we're taking the first turn. Definitely not a bad looking hand here at all. Get to lead with the Sage. Sage gets to add Valor here. Then we're gonna go for the Spirit. I like leading with Sage. I think a lot of players are just been like, oh, I have Maiden, I'll start with that. But like, the normal summon Sage there is so good for baiting out like a Valor or an Imperm or an Ash or something. And even if it doesn't get baited, we still could just add a Valor of our own. Alright, here's the Blue Eyes Summon and the Maiden Revive. It's going to let us go into the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Ghost Ogre coming down from them on our True Light. And a Nib, too? Oh, I guess they wanted the True Light to eat the token there. I think that's a little greedy, personally, from our opponent's perspective. I think that was a little greedy of them. I think they should have just True Lighted, or Ghost Ogre'd the True Light. I don't think they needed to Nib as well. Alright, we got Lordly Load for the Drill Beam here. Now we can go Wishes to add Sage and Roar. Mausoleum lets us extra normal summon the Sage. Sage F to add Valor. Because, fun fact, Sage is not once per turn. Or it is actually once per turn. But it's a use once per turn, and the last one got... Oh, it did get negated. Wait, didn't it? Hang on. Am I crazy? Sage at... Oh, can you only... Is it... This is the once per turn effect. Gotcha. The search effect is not. I understand. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I second guessed myself there. Because what happened was I was like, yeah, that's not once per turn. I've seen this before. But then I scrolled down and then I saw the words once per turn and I was like, wait, what? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, see, I think our opponent was really greedy here, trying to get the Nib token to get destroyed with the Ogre on True Light. Yeah, they definitely should have held their Nib, but we're definitely not complaining about that at all. Alright, they get to go Nib Battle here. And then they're going to go for the Golem. We're going to use Ghost Ogre on that. Looks like they're going to turn Nib into Typhoon. And then Typhoon's going to try to activate and bounce the Spirit here, but we've got the Veiler to stop that. Okay. So these three cards don't really seem to be much of anything as far as like gas goes, but they could still be like hand traps or something. Extra normal summon the Veiler, that way we can link it off to go for the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Spirit F in order to revive the Blue Eyes. Maiden F. We're going to chain Druid Swarm on the Maiden. We're going to chain Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon in response. Okay, here's the Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Unfortunately, we can't negate the Druid Swarm with the Ultimate Spirit Dragon, but the Ultimate Spirit Dragon does say that the opponent can't banish cards from our graveyard. So it essentially negates the Druid Swarm anyway. And then we still have the negate to stop something like... I was going to say this Ghost Ogre, but it looks like we're letting that go. Then we get to do Lordly Load F for the Blue Eyes. Oh, we can only negate cards in the field. That's right, that's right. That's not quite a true Omni Negate. But thankfully, it doesn't look like they have much else to do in that we've drill beamed their Typhoon. Yeah, their hand just really does not have anything going for it. Again, at least as far as gas goes. There's that Druid Swarm again on the Maiden. Although this will make our triple attack live. Alright, we get to use the Neo Blue Eyes, stop the Druid Swarm, because that does target. We still got this Dominus Purge, too. And we're finally going to draw 2 off the triple attack here. I like drawing 2 here. I don't think hand ripping was the right call, because, again, we know that card is not going to help them. It already hasn't for the past couple of turns. And they are going to pass, or concede rather, to the might of Sphere's Pass. The most terrifying of plays. Thank you very much for that submission there, Lampster. And that is going to do it for the viewer special submission section here. We do a little sign off here. As always, want to give a huge thanks to the folks who submitted for the viewer special. Really loved watching your games, and so did chat. Again, if you want to join us on the live stream, make sure to follow and or sub over on twitch.tv/hexlexlive, and subscribe or become a member over here. Becoming a member also lets you see the VODs early, as well as all edited content as soon as it gets uploaded. So consider supporting the channel, really does help. But that's going to do it for now. Let's move on to the outro. But of course, that's just for the YouTube video. For the stream here, we're going to keep going. Alright. I want to do some laddering. And I think one of the best decks to ladder with right now that's not Malice. Well, I actually don't think that Malice is that great of a ladder deck right now in the grand scheme of things. But really, I want to try the Bestial Fiendsmith control deck, just because it has a lot of flexibility in what it can do. So let's start with Fiendsmith stuff, because we're always going to play that. And you. Take 2 of those. Sequence, of course. Moon. I'll start off with 3 tracks. We could cut one of these down, but I really like 3 in Fiendsmith control. And then we also want you. And Ognum Day. I don't think we'll go for Rex Tremend here. You know what? I'll actually throw it in. But I might take this out later. But I might throw this in as a super poly target more than anything else. But this is almost assuredly gonna get cut. Alright, I definitely want some Bestials, because Bestial cards are actually pretty good in this meta. Believe it or not, Bestials are actually pretty solid against Malice, especially if you have multiples of them. Like, it's really easy to be like, oh, Malice wants stuff to get banished, so Bestials aren't good against them. But Bestials can still banish stuff like Link Decoder, as well as whatever Splash Mage is trying to revive from the graveyard. So, it definitely still has uses. But I'm not going to go, like, super crazy on Bestial stuff. Let's do Magnum Hut, a couple of Drewstorm, a couple of Baldrake, Lubellians, and Brigade. I think I'll do Primites too. Although, I don't know. I'm actually kind of debating if I want to play Primite at all. Because Primite, I think, has been pretty cuttable from this deck in general. But especially in this meta, like, Drill Beam is still a fine card. I mean, much like the Bestials, it does still have its uses. But the Bestials are hand traps, unlike the Drill Beam. Which means the Drill Beam doesn't come up as often. Okay, let me put the Primite cards in. And then we might end up taking them out later. And then that would also be... The other thing is that by cutting Primite, we're going to have a lot more room for hand traps too, which I think we are going to need, because we're already at 26 cards with all the engine here. Again, we could cut down on, like, tracks. We could even go down to 2 Lubellion if we really wanted to, but I feel like cutting the Primite stuff is probably going to end up being the way to go here. We're always playing SP. We are always playing Appaloosa. Not even always, but I'll throw it in here for now. I like playing Typhoon in this deck. Caesar. I knew I was forgetting something for the Fiendsmith engine. I like rank 6s in general. M7's a pretty good one. We play Zeus because we're playing enough Xyz monsters at this point. Other extra deck cards, we could think about IP, but not really, honestly. It's not that good. None of this other generic stuff seems like super... like it's jumping out to me. Okay. You know, we might not even play Call By in this deck. That's actually not as much of a staple as like some hand traps here like these. Am I gonna play Lancias? Or am I gonna play Phantasmaze? I wanna try Phantasmaze. Because these are useful in more matchups besides just... what do you call it? Malice. Like, it has other applications, although this is also pretty decent against Malice. Oh, also, here's an extra card I was forgetting. Spheres, because Phantasme is also a dragon for spheres. As in, you can use Phantasme to make spheres, or if you really want to, you can even summon Phantasme off of spheres and get the target protection. Oh, but you know what else I wanted to try out potentially was Super Poly. We'd only have to make room for a couple of cards in the extra deck. Like, we could take out Zeus and Typhon. These aren't needed. And then I'd like 3 spots if I'm going to play Super Poly, I think. For Mud Dragon, Garura, and Earth Golem Adagnister. That might mean cutting M7. That might mean cutting Appaloosa or Ognum Day. I wonder how often Appaloosa is played. Let me look at Untapped real quick and see what they say. Oh yeah, not a lot. Only 20% of the time. That makes sense. That's very cuttable then. Yeah, I think Super Poly is really good right now. I want to play it. And Earth Golem. at Ignister. Alright, let's see, what else do we have here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hand traps, not counting Bestials, and 3 board breakers. It's 12 hand traps if you do count Bestials. Not horrible. Oh yeah, Tripped Overtum is another thing people use against Malice boards. I have seen that. I might include it. I think Earth Golem's probably good enough for now, though. I like Earth Golem in general more than Tripped Overtum against Malice as a super poly target, because this one Cyber Monster plus 1 Link Monster, this means that not only can you super poly away their Malice stuff, but you can also super poly away Appaloosa plus Firewall Dragon into the Earth Golem. Whereas Tripped Overtum, I have no idea. It's a Predoplant monster. I'll just search that. Oh my god, I can't spell. Plant. This is specifically 3 dark monsters. So this can't eat Appaloosa or Firewall. It does eat one more monster, but it can only eat dark monsters. So I think I'm going to stick with Earth Golem. But I have seen people on this, and I don't think this is bad. If I had another extra deck slot that I feel like I could use for another super poly target, I would probably go for something like this for sure. But let's see, I want to round out with some more hand traps here. I think Ghost Bell and Ghost Ogre are both pretty solid right now. So I'll throw in one of each of those. Imperm's never bad to have. Although we might even split Imperm Veiler. Actually, we might even prefer Veilers because it's the light monster and we were on Bestial stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hand traps, not counting Bestials, plus the 3 super polys. Oh, I'm gonna play Nib. Let me I'll even do that instead of one of these Veilers here. Actually, you know what? I think I might even do that. Nib is really good. Like, Nib is still pretty good against Malice. Malice can play around it a lot of the time, but... Excuse me. This list isn't bad. I am still slightly debating the Primite stuff. Slightly. But I think overall it's not bad. I would like to make room for a little more hand traps. I'm kind of thinking of, like I said, going down to either 2 Tract or 2 Bestial Lubellion. I feel like I'd rather cut a Tract first. I think I might even do this. This looks a little better to me. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I forgot the Phantasmes. So 12 non-Bestial hand traps, plus 3 super polys for board breakers, plus, again, the 5 Bestials as well. Alright, I'm willing to start with this. Yeah, that looks good to me. There's so many different ways you can build this deck, though. I could so see arguments for, like, not playing Primite, for, like, you could also go, like, cut down on the Bestial engine. Like, as in, you could cut Lubellions and Regained all together and play, like, Magnum Hut and 1 Druid Swarm, and then that's, like, pretty much it. Although, again, I think the Bestials are still pretty good in this meta, and I really like having access to Baldrake, too. Oh, Chaos Angel. Yeah, we do need Chaos Angel still. I think that's better than M7. Yeah, I like this. Let's go with that. I like to never make M7. Nah, okay, that's actually not true. Well, okay, that's not true, but I'd never make M7 without Zeus in my extra deck. The only times I've really gone for M7 in a deck like this is when I go M7 into Zeus. So I think without the Zeus, it's definitely fine to cut the M7 for... It's more than fine to cut the M7 for Chaos Angel. What board should I use? I like the Snake Eye board. It looks... There we go. That looks good. Okay, let's go. God, it's been a hot minute since I've played ranked ladder. But we're gonna see just how good Phantasme and Super Poly are in this meta. Because again, my theory is that they should both be pretty good against Malice and in general. Interesting. Losing the coin flip but going first. Probably Tenpai then. I know a lot of people have been on Tenpai. I actually do want to try out Tenpai sometime in the near future myself. Alright. This hand's okay. I'd like that we have Lubellian. Give me Magnum Hut. Too bad we don't have room for like Almirage here. I'm gonna have to banish the Lubellian. It's always unfortunate when you have to do that, but we could still summon the one in our hand. I think I will do that. I think it's worth it. We're gonna gain a lot of advantage with this regained. Excuse me. Should I banish the Magnum Hut? I was trying to think if I should banish the Magnum Hut for Baldrake, because I kind of don't want to. I want to summon the Magnum Hut off regained. I could normal summon Valor and then link Valor plus Lubellian into Moon. I think I'm going to do that. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. I'm wondering if I should go for Necro Quip here and just go straight into Caesar, or if I should make Desiree. Well, okay, I have Sequence. I could go for like Ognum Day too. So many options here, actually. I feel like maybe I should save the Sequence and go for Necro Quip. I guess it's... Okay, would I rather have Desiree or Caesar? That's the big question to ask myself here. If it's Tenpai, I feel like it's better to have Caesar, because I can stop multiple summon effects during the battle phase. And if I'm going to make Caesar, I feel like I should just go for Necro Quip. Oh, but Desiree does turn on Paradise. That is true. I could even activate, like, the set effect, because I get to use each effect. You know what? I think that is actually better. Because I have Fiendsmith and Paradise in hand, I do think that is actually better. I'll summon it in defense mode because Lightning Storm. You know what I could also still do here? I could even make like an SP as well. I can banish the Valor in our graveyard. Summon Baldrake. Regained F. Put back Veiler. Draw. Not a bad draw at all. And then, yeah, now we can go for Little Knight? Or is Ognum Day better? Well, Ognum Day would be better if I went like this. So let's make Little Knight. Or I could leave the Baldrake up. No. I think making Little Knight is better. Nope. Send all other monsters or all other cards? All other cards? That's so good. Could even add Phantasme, but no. I wonder what is actually the best thing to get here. I can regain summon Baldrake. I think I might actually get Baldrake anyway. No, I'll get Druid Swarm. Yeah, let's get Druid Swarm. If I knew I wasn't going against Tempai, or if I knew this wasn't Tempai, then I would have considered getting Phantasme, because I think that is pretty funny, but... Okay. Raigeki. I think that just has to be fine, right? I mean, I could SP tag out. Should probably just be the right call. Because sequence only stops targeting, right? Yeah, I cannot be targeted. When special summons a monster, while this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card and send one Fiendsmith monster from your deck. So that doesn't really do anything with Desiree not up. Yeah. I guess this just makes sense to do. Otherwise, we just lose our field for no reason. Chaining Droplet. Okay. I mean, we could have negated with Desiree too, but now they have to send a monster with Droplet. And they didn't, which means now I can do this. Okay, good. And now we still have Ogre, Druid Swarm, Trap card, Regained, like everything. Or not, yeah. That's fine. Oh, but the Little Knight's still tagged out. Yeah, I shouldn't have activated the Little Knight. This is fine. We can put this back and draw. You could definitely play a cast share package in a deck like this. Yeah, I definitely should not have activated Little Knight. I should just try to negate. I wonder if Cashier package would actually be better than Primite package in this deck now that I think about it. Chaining Callby on the Baldrake is so brutal here. That's fine. I should have negated my own Little Knight. That was the play. That's where I screwed up. Thank God for Ghost Ogre. Okay, good talk. Whew. So, okay, so when I chained SP to the Raigeki, my thought process was if they have another board breaker, now if it's quick play, it's useless. If it's not quick play, it's useless. If it is quick play, they'll chain it here, and then I can negate both. But then I failed to realize, oh yeah, my SP is gonna resolve. But they went droplet send Raigeki anyway, which means that I would have, like, even, okay, let me think about this for a second. Even if I would have activated the Desiree against the Raigeki, it would have gotten dropleted. If they, yeah, no, even if I negated my own SP, my board still would have gotten Raigeki'd. So I was going to lose my board no matter what there. Okay. I'd still chain that in a weird order, but I think it's overall fine. Okay, let's see what else. That was a good first game. Oops. Alright, we're going first. This looks pretty good for going first hand. This looks really good for going first hand. I like Perulio with the life, the buoy, the ring, not buoy, the life ring. Looks cute. Alright, let's go for attract. And then we're just gonna add you. Send you. Yeah, this hand is so good. We get to normal summon Ether Barrel. We got Magnum Hut as well. Alright, there's Fuelos. But they didn't do it in response to an effect that actually summons from deck, which I think is a misplay, IMO. Because I'm probably just going to give them 0 draws now. Okay, that's fine. No need to do either of these. I could go for spheres if I wanted to give them, but I'd have to give them... Well, I could summon Magnum Hut and make spheres and give them 1 draw. I'd have to banish my own Engraver to do that, though. I'm gonna set Super Poly and pass here. We have Super Poly Magnum Hut Phantasme against their 4-card hand. We should be able to get there. It's Centurion. Centurion Primera. Okay. So we can Super Poly discard Phantasme because they're probably not going to link summon. I'm not right this second, of course, but at some point. Atri is dark, right? Yes, okay. Judea is also dark, okay. Increased it to an 8. Kind of wondering if I should Super Poly. It would be Lurie plus Primera, right? It would have to be, because... Yeah, the other option is just Garura and Earth Golem. This still has the effect to put another thing in the spell trap zone. I think I'm... Okay, but if they go for... What are they going to go for here? Legacia? Should I just wait for that? Or would I rather do it right now? They're not going to make Primera Primus. This is kind of difficult. I'm gonna wait. Interesting, they're activating Trudea. I'm really glad I didn't Super Poly now. For the Gargoyle. Gargoyle 2 effect is fine. See if they lower the level. I don't want them to go into Primera Primus and get the Emblema Oath. They didn't. Okay. Oh, it's Crimson Dragon. Okay, that's still pretty good for me. That's actually really good for me, isn't it? Didn't I really want them to summon that first? I could Magnum Hut the Gargoyle 2 here. Am I gonna get a better Magnum Hut target? I think I will. I think I'll get a better Magnum Hut target in the form of whatever Synchro Rumble's gonna try to revive here. Because I'm pretty sure all of the targets are light and dark, so we're gonna save Magnum Hut. It's an and if you do, so even if they try to activate... Yeah, returning this card to the extra deck and if you do is part of the effect, so even if they try to activate, we can always still chain Super Poly. Whoa! Send Trudea, summon Diabell Star. It's a little bit unexpected. Setting Deception. Looks like they might be trying to set up an Ilia Sylvia here. In which... This is fine. Attributing Diabell Star. Adding Hallowed Azumina. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this combination with Centurion plus this Azumina stuff. This is pretty cool. So I almost wonder if I want to summon Magnum Hut now to be able to fuse with Ilia Sylvia, but then no, because then I don't have the ability to actually banish. Oh, they're going for Murashalago anyway. Okay, that's fine. Now, granted, they are going to get to Ilia Sylvia, but we have a little bit more time to work with. Oh, I see what they're going to try to do. I think they're going to try to make a Baron here. And that's how they're going to get Murashalago in the grave. Oh no, they're going to just put it back. Interesting. Okay. I thought I knew what was going on. No, they're just going for Ilia Sylvia now. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna... Remind me to look at this list after this game. Because I would love to see what their extra deck looks like. Now, here's the interesting thing. Depending on what they revive with Synchro Rumble, we could actually be set up really nicely here. Like, depending on what they target, I might actually just let the revive... Well, I might have to let the revive go either way because of, you know, Ilia Sylvia being able to negate Magnum Hut, but... Let me just see what they do here real quick. Okay, here's Synchro Rumble. Yes! Yes! Perfect! That's literally exactly what I wanted to see. I don't even need the Super Poly right this second. I could let them commit to the board a little bit more. Couldn't I? Or should I just... I'm just going to Super Poly now. Cool. Alright. Now they just have Crimson Dragon. Gargoyle to summon. That's fine. She'll summon this in defense mode. Going to battle. Perfect. Literally exactly what I wanted to happen. Didn't even need to use Magnum Hut yet. Trust funded with the sub for 32 months in a row. Good God almighty, that's almost 3 years. Thank you, Trust funded. Thanks for coming by. Super appreciate you. Thank you for the good luck wishes. We'll wait to end phase to Magnum Hut. I don't think it super matters. Actually, let's banish their Ilia Sylvia so they can't recycle it later, right? I feel like that makes sense. Because the Centurion stuff, they can just, even if it's banished, they can still put it back with the level 12s. I'm really glad I stopped when I did for Fruilos. I'm very glad I gave them 0 draws here. I feel like one more extender would have been enough to beat me here. I'm just gonna add another Ether Barrel. That sounds good to me. Or we could add Lubellion. Nah, let's just get another Ether Barrel. Of course, we drew another normal summon to compete with. A little unfortunate. I think I'm going to lead with Requiem into Lacrima anyway, even though I just top decked it. Called by the Grave is fine. That kind of makes me want to... I love Called by into immediately surrendering. That's really funny. That's awesome. Oh, that's good. That is good. GG's, opponent. GG's. That was good stuff. Alright. Going first. We're ranking up. They're ranking down. Hand looks pretty good. I will say one thing I like about this style of Fiendsmith control, playing the Primites and also Lubellions, is that you actually have a lot to do on... Okay. Is that you actually have like a lot to do on turn 1. Oh shit, wait, Lancia actually kind of matters here. I can't summon Magnum Hut. That's not that big of a deal at all, though. Darn, it means I have to wait and use Magnum Hut as a hand trap on their turn, instead of getting a little bit of advantage on this. I don't even know if Magnum Hut would be, like, the best thing to do here. We already have another Ether Barrel, so I'm just gonna get Roar. Alright, now we can go into... Oh, we can't go into Spheres, because, yeah, we can't summon Magnum Hut. I think we still Lordly Load for Dippity here. I think that's fine. This is why I kind of liked Wattail Dragon, though. Now that's interesting. Why did you get pass priority after I summoned Dippity? Oh, we could have Barrel Effect and then Roar for Dippity. I forgot this could summon from the graveyard. Oh, this only summons from the deck, right? Oh, we chain the Roar. Wait, do we? Is that how that works? Tribute this card, cost. Send a normal monster from deck to the graveyard. Yeah, I think that is how it would have worked. But, yeah, Dippity is our only vanilla. They sent Dark Ruler no more? Oh, honey. Our poor opponent. Look at this. They are so decked out against, what do you call it? Malice. This Chaos Hunter is actually going to be pretty good against us, though, because it means we can't Drill Beam. But I'll set these two anyway. Yeah, we should have activated Ether Barrel and then chained Roar Summon Dippity. Yeah, actually, you know, the anti-banish stuff. Actually does matter against us a fair bit. King Tiger Wanghu! Oh, so this person's just on, like, anti-meta. I see. You know, I could use... Wait, let's let them battle first. Okay, this is fine. I'm gonna activate Roar here anyway, though, and let my Dippity not be destroyed by battle. Because then I could tribute it from Magnum Hut. Now I can normal summon Magnum Hut, battle over King Tiger, and then threaten to crash with Chaos Hunter. Actually, I should probably just crash with Chaos Hunter, right? Yeah, I should definitely just crash with Chaos Hunter, because then I could still just summon this during the battle phase. Actually, we could even go for Druid Swarm. Well, no, this wasn't special summoned. It was normal summoned. Wait, is it Magnum Hut? Magnum Hut's only when it's special summoned that it searches? Maybe I should go for Druid Swarm then. Yeah, we should definitely do it that way then, right? So Druid Swarm, Tribute Dippity, Crash, then still in battle phase, special battle over Wanghu. Oh! Ah! We could just go for... I forgot Lubellion was in here. Perfect. We can just send this, and then we can send the Chaos Hunter to the yard. Even better. Forgot Lubellion was in there. Bye-bye. Or not? We can still crash even if this doesn't go through somehow. Okay. Beautiful. Now all of our stuff is live again. Let's banish their Chaos Hunter. Yeah. Guess they try to, like, revive it somehow. I guess we're putting it back in the deck either way. That's fine, though. No point in drill beaming because it wouldn't be lethal here anyway. Super Poly is a fun top deck. So we're just gonna battle here, right? There's not... I'm trying to think, we could go into like Moon and do Fiendsmith stuff, but would that be better than what we have right now? Let me think. Moon... Have we used any Fiendsmith stuff yet? No, just Dippity. So Moon, Requiem... I could battle and then do that. Would that yield more damage? No, I think one Ogden... Well, but the King Tiger is up, so we gotta get rid of this first before we do Fiendsmith stuff. Yeah. Glad I remembered that when I did. I mean, even if they have something, we still have Super Poly, Drill Beam, Ash Blossom. I also am very curious what they have. We're only on 4 summons, so it's not Nib. Feels like the second hunter. Could be, yeah. Like they're just trying to wait for a good moment, like they're waiting for me to activate like a banish effect or something. I should just put back Moon. There's no reason to put back Dippity. There's no reason to equip Requiem here, right? We can just go straight into sequence. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. And then might as well make Ogdom Day, right? Special summon it, blah blah blah, yeah. Make a big Desiree that can negate a bunch of stuff if we need to. Alright. Looks good to me. They're just playing like an anti-meta deck, but I guess they might link summon. So I'll just grab a Phantasme here. Why not? On like the off chance they actually do link summon. Evenly? They are playing Dark Ruler no more. Nah, they're just trying to scare me. Raigeki. I'll just negate that with this. Oh yeah, we gotta look at that Centurion list. I was thinking about looking at this list too. Is it all just like anti-meta and going second cards? Yep. There it is. There they go. This person said, I just ranked down. I'm closing the app. I'm not even going to bother surrendering the duel. I can't imagine climbing with pure anti-meta. I don't think this person can either. Yeah, what does this list look like? Whee! I mean, really, like, okay, I'm not trying to be this person who's like, well, our opponent should have just been playing our deck, but like, this feels like the best anti-meta deck in the room right now is some kind of Fiendsmith control, but what did their deck look like? Yeah, just like all, just straight up anti. This kind of deck is like, it's not, this deck, I don't know, this style of deck not only seems miserable to play, it's not even that good. Like, you might as well just be playing stun at this point. This is just like worse stun. Not to like, I'm not trying to shit on my opponent like too hard or anything, but like, this person's played against Malice one too many times. Oh yeah, this was the Centurion deck. The Centurion White Forest. Oh, I've seen this variant before. Okay, I just didn't really recognize it because we didn't see any of the White Forest stuff. We only saw Azamina stuff. So I thought for a second it was just like straight up Azamina Centurion. Let's keep going. I'll play at least a couple more games before we switch over to YANCY. Alright. Winning the coin flip, going first. And looks really solid. Engraver and then roar? Sounds right. Oh, sorry, I missed the follow. Please end me, please. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Both in general, and somewhat because of your username as well. Now, I'm special summoning this Dippity, but should I have done that? Am I actually going to use this for anything? Like, am I going to, you know, try to make plays here? Because I could tract for Lurie, special Lurie, that doesn't give them any draws. Or I could set Super Poly and pass. I'm starting to think I shouldn't have activated that Roar. If I'm just going to set Super Poly and pass, well, I mean, to be fair, Dippity does actually still give me something to potentially fuse with. There's like an argument to make there. I'm going to set Super Poly and pass, though. I don't think I should have activated Roar, though. I was on autopilot when I saw the Fulos come down, and I was like, I can dodge that draw. But it's like, did I even want to summon? Is what I should have been asking myself. I think I'll wait for them to link summon and summon Phantasme rather than just slamming Super Poly right now. Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. Oh, it wasn't a link summon. I see. Okay, so Super Poly actually is still probably gonna go pretty hard here. Actually, I think in like 2 seconds it's gonna go hard. Like, can't I just activate it right now? I mean, I can, but like, isn't that still really good? Like, to do this right now? Should I discard Phantasme instead and keep the tract for next turn? I do still have Engraver. I'll discard the tract. Yep. Prime my Aurora, baby! Can't be destroyed by battle, period! Not just that turn! Oh, they're reading. They're reading. They're like, why couldn't I pop this thing? Why couldn't I destroy this thing? Okay, Super Poly actually went pretty crazy against them there. I could just turn Garura into attack mode and battle over Gossip Shadow before trying to do Fiendsmith stuff. I feel like that would be smart, because I don't think I'm going to OTK this turn anyway. Both players draw, yeah. I don't want them to draw a card. Take that double damage. Just send a Paradise here, right? We don't need to send Engraver. I'm pretty sure we don't need to send Engraver. I'll just send this. Just link off Garura. I don't need it anymore. And we get to draw a card. That's actually a really good draw. Let's activate this first. Imperm on the sequence. That is gonna have to be fine. But I still have Engraver's effect, right? I do. That's interesting. This is one of those games where having Appaloosa in my extra deck would actually matter a lot. Just banish Garura here. Yeah, we'll just banish Garura. Again, Bestial Monsters are actually not bad to have against this deck either. Could make SP and just banish their face down too. I could even do that with the Engraver and keep the Lubellion up if I wanted to. Let's do that, actually, yeah. But we have to put back Dippity, but that's fine. I don't care about that. That's fine with me. And it's another Imperm. So we were able to force that, which is good. No, we don't need to chain this. I could have and drawn a card, but there's no reason to do that. Alright. I should have maybe thought a little bit more about that. I should have thought about taking Ether Barrel. No, this is fine. We don't have to do that just yet. Because this is... Yeah, this is fine. That's already in the graveyard. Cool. Good talk. Top deck Luri is actually kind of... wait, I don't really have much follow-up in here, do I? As far as Fiendsmith stuff goes. It's not that crazy. His sequence is still in here. Well, we could go like this. And now it's crazy. Although we could also just go for lethal here in like 2 seconds. We'll just do that. No. This kind of summon. Banish my own Magnum Hut. Oh no. Oh darn. Alright, we're good here. Wow, we didn't even need to use Phantasme. We could have, if not for Gossip Shadow though, but Super Poly just went hard anyway. That was good stuff. Hell yeah. I'm gonna keep riding this this nice little win streak we're on here. Let's save that game. Actually, that was a good. Just in case. All right. Not the Ash Blossom. Another person on their rank up game. How many dreams can we crush today? We're at 5 wins so far. And looks pretty good. .5-0, yep. Ash Blossom on the tracks. That's actually pretty annoying with this hand. I should have led with Lordly Load. Because I wanted the track to resolve more. I should have thought about that. This is still fine though. Because we can add Roar here. And go into Fiendsmith stuff anyway. Let's do that, yeah. I think it would still have been better to lead with Lordly Load because it would have kind of given me... Well, I don't know. There's actually, you could make an argument either way. What's your take on Primite Howl? That's a counter trap, right? That stops a summon. If you control a normal monster or a level 5 or higher Primite, I think. Am I remembering that right? If that is what it is, then I think it's an okay card. I guess people kind of like the idea is that you play it. I could normal summon Ash Blossom and keep going here. I think I'm gonna do that. I guess the idea is that like you, oh god, I think they have a Veiler and Imperm though. Scream is the counter trap. Howl is the normal trap card. I don't know what that one does then. Doesn't it say your stuff like can't be destroyed or something? Or it's like Wabaku-ish? I don't remember. I don't know what it does. What do you have? Oh, Howl is the Snatch Steal. Okay. I've seen people play... The only place I've seen people play Howl is... I've seen Primite Paleo lists before, and people play Howl in that, and it seems pretty good there. I'd probably play Scream before Howl in an average Primite deck, though. Hello, Grey Rose Revolution. I'm doing well, and I hope you are as well. Baldrake. Okay. That's a bit of a bummer. At least we can go into SP and banish the Baldrake. No reason not to summon this, and just pass. Wait, what's... Yeah, I'll just pass. Okay, so we have SP and Phantasme against their 3-card hand. We'll have to see how this does. Gold Sark, so it is Malice. Little Knight on Splash Mage should be pretty good. And then we'll just have to see how good Phantasme ends up being. They're thinking really hard about this. Okay, it's just Dormouse. I could SP tag out the Dormouse. I wonder if that's why they were thinking, because they were like, can I play around that? It depends if they're on TB11 or not. I'm not going to take chances. I'm just going to let this go. Can still just SP the Splash Mage. Oh, they banished March Hare? Okay. That actually makes me glad I didn't SP. Because I'm just assuming that means they haven't normal summoned either. They gotta have another Malice monster in hand. Yeah, there it is, White Rabbit. Because I was thinking, like, okay, if they Dormouse for White Rabbit and they are on TB11, they could play through SP Banish Dormouse. But with this setup, they could just play through it anyway. So I'm glad I didn't SP when I did. MTP. That target. No, I have to click over here. Does not target. Okay. Yeah, we'll just summon this now. I could also SP tag out the link decoder. Ooh, that's not bad. That is not a bad idea. Let me think about that for a second. Oh, look at that. Okay, so is this once per turn? It is. Okay, yeah. So let's put back the other Phantasme. Okay, this Veiler makes me want to tag out the decoder with Little Knight, because then I can Veiler the Splash Mage. Maybe. Actually, they're going to have so many bodies here. Is that even worth doing? Well, I would have had to have done it there. Because, yeah, they still have 3 Malice monsters. I feel like Little Knight tag out Link Decoder in this game state is, like, not the most impactful. This actually does still leave me open to Little Knight tag out Splash Mage, and then I can Veiler something else, too. Am I Veilering this Red Ransom? The set card is we know the set card is MTP. They could activate that and then dodge with the Red Ransom. But then they also wouldn't get a banish. Would also be better to Veiler later. Binder? Maybe. I'm gonna do this now. Yeah. I think they're gonna have like one body too many for the disruption that I have. I think if they had one less body, I could out all their stuff. I think they're gonna just be able to squeak by here. Okay, Hard Scripter doesn't target my stuff. Jessie Cat is fine. Yeah, they just had too many bodies here. As soon as I saw them banish that March Hare off the Gold Sark, I was like, or off the Dormouse rather, I was like, ugh, that's not good. Yeah, I probably should have tagged. Well, yeah, I mean, I should have tagged out Ransom there, but at the same time, I don't think it would have even mattered, even if they didn't make Appaloosa here. I don't think they needed to make this in order to win. Because, like, even if I had tagged out Red Ransom, they still would have had the 2 Malice monsters plus Lake Decoder. Plus Malice and Underground. Banish MTP at GWC, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna do it. That's what I was worried about, was that happening. That's why I was kind of like, it doesn't really matter what happens at this point. They just have it. If that's the case, I'll just surrender here. GG's opponent, GG's. Alright, 5-1 is definitely not too shabby at all. And I think that game could have potentially been winnable. I think I could have played that a little bit better. Well, I know I could have played a little bit better. At the end, it didn't really matter, because they had too much, but I wonder if I could have used my disruptions a little. Like that Veiler, I did not need to Veiler when I did. I basically just threw it away. I should have saved that, but... oh well. It is what it is. Alright. I'm gonna go use the restroom super fast. I won't be but a minute, and then... we're gonna start some YANCY. So 1 sec. Alright, I have returned. Hey now, no riots, no riots, no riots! Oh, we've already been going for 3.5 hours? Good Yeah, we'll make some time for some YANCY though, for sure. All right, let me do this real quick. Close. And YANCY demo. Got my controller. Swap the game. And there we go. Alright, so for those who didn't join us yesterday, I'll give you the quick spiel here. YANCY is a game made by a friend of mine named Ollie. Free demo is currently available on Steam. I got that link pinned in the chat. Please check it out and wishlist if you're interested. Definitely helps indie game devs quite a bit. And this is a really cool open world NES style adventure game that we're just going to get right back into. Alright, so yesterday we did quite a bit. We beat a boss, we got a few new swords, including this wand, which is nice. So I want to go find another boss to fight. Oop. Taking a hit for no reason there, you know what? I'm gonna be this person, oh, but I would have to go back to the hut in order to get more of a recharge. That's fine, that's just right over here. I think I'm gonna switch over to my tongue sword for a second. And yes, I do mean it's a tongue sword. We don't have the cake sword yet, but we do have cake in our inventory. Oh wait, don't we? I thought we did. We definitely... Because we found that hut yesterday where the person sold us cake. The bakery. Huh, okay. Okay, we've already been over there. Have we been over here yet? Okay, this just leads back up and around over here where the bridge is. I know we've been here. Yeah, that's where the bakery is. But have we been... Oh, shit. Yeah, we did go over here, that's right. I think there was something over here, too. Yeah, there's another cave. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, the blowback from the wand actually pushed me out of the cave. That's funny. Okay, I think for this room I actually do want my tongue sword. Shit. Come on. There we go. I'm gonna get rid of these projectile guys first, because they definitely seem like more of the bigger pain. Shit. Come on, come on, come on. Hello, hello. Oh, yep. They got me, but I got them. But more importantly, they got me. Maybe I should try the wand there. I don't know, actually, which sword would be better. I think the tongue sword probably would just be better. There's so many enemies in such close quarters. We got rid of one of those guys, at least. Okay, they grouped up really nicely for me there, so I just took advantage of that real quick. Ah! There we go. Alright, there we go. That's how you do this room. Ah! Well, okay, not like that. Not like that. That was just sloppy at the end. Taking damage for no... Oh. Oh, he's nice. Hello, warrior. You may lower your guard. Your strength is proven. I seek not strife. I see you defeated my guardians. Great shame. I worked on them for many months. I hope you found a moment to appreciate my work before you assiduously destroyed it. The people of Stone were the first to exist here. We had tools. Cities, art. My people are long gone. Our creations, language, and culture destroyed long ago. Only that which can defend itself can survive in this harsh place. So, I smith weapons. Smith you a weapon, so you can do what with it? Plunder another historic tomb? No. Yeah. I won't be an accessory to thoughtless destruction of more ancient wonder. No, no, you've done enough. I'm afraid the secrets of rocksmithing passed with me. A shame. In a world of steel, will anyone seek the strength of stone? Such a loss. Damn. Oh, sorry. Okay, bye. Sorry I killed your friends. Have a good life, I guess. Alright. Okay, so we've explored over there now. I think of where we haven't been yet. I feel like there's more to the east we haven't seen yet. I think there's actually a way we haven't gone over here. Not this screen, but the next one. Oh yeah. I was trying to remember where the man trees were hiding. Actually, no, this is fine. Well, now I just respawn this guy for no reason. There we go. I think the guy has something based on his dialogue. I kind of think so too. This definitely doesn't seem like yeah, we haven't gone to the east from here yet. I feel like this guy wouldn't be there for no reason. Okay, we haven't seen these yet. Okay, so Scorp Wolf. That attack pattern is pretty obvious. If you stand... Yeah, if you stand within eyesight of them, they hit you. So getting them on the bottom like this is pretty good for us. There we go. More of these guys. Okay, yeah, we haven't been over here yet, because this is... Yep. Ooh, wait. Wham. Hell yeah. Getting them gold. Yeah, we went in that cave already. That's where we fought the first boss, but now we're on the other side. We had another cave over here. With potentially another dungeon, looks like. Symmetry is beauty. I love these guys. I love these slimes so much. Okay. Mind if I suggest something? What's up, Ski? Ah. Oh, I already see what's going on here. I have to make the rooms look the same. Mind taking a rock sword? Oh, that's a good idea. You were right. They did mention that the art of making rocks was gone. Yeah. We should definitely... We're going to do that right after we do this. That's a good call. I hadn't even thought about that. Okay, so... It's like a regular triangle and an upside... Okay, regular triangle, bottom left, upside down triangle, upper right. Oh, but I see. It's got to be symmetry. So it's going to be this, 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 and this. There we go. The lack of music here is very ominous. Ooh. Oh, it's a forge. Interesting. Okay. Have I tried using tin to make a sword yet? No, that didn't work. What about bone? Oh, but I don't have enough to make a whole sword. Can I do, like... No, I would still need one more bone, even if that does do it. Okay, so there's another anvil out here. Wait, there's also... a lot of tin in here. Actually, I think I might have enough to make a tin sword now. I do! The mirror blade! Ooh. Let's see what this one looks like. Reflections of the blade attack in all directions. That sounds cool. Hang on. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's so cool! I didn't get this last time I played in the demo. That's sick. That's sick. Oh, I love that. Okay. Alright, let's go show that other guy the rock sword. Yeah, look at that. You can just go in all directions. That's good. Ooh, I got poisoned by that scorp wolf. Shit. Okay, now I'm being careless. I'm so busy looking at my attack animation that I'm not actually paying attention to my attacks. Oh, the poison! I wasn't even paying attention to it. I even noted it and then just didn't watch it at all. Okay, you know what? That's fine, because we just ended up getting warped closer to where I wanted to be anyway. I think we've already bought everything from the shop, so I don't really care about losing coins. Oh, am I gonna have to beat the Guardians again? No. Okay. Alright, let me... These all the different swords you can get? Goddamn. There's 24, right? In the demo, it said. What is that weapon you're holding at your hip, warrior? Good grief, let me see that. Thank the stars for the abundance of stone, lest this work squander what remains. I cannot tell you what joy it has brought me to see this a spirit failure. You have shown me what the world will have for stone if I do not grant you my work. Take this sword, and may legends be told of the terrors you fell with it. So the people of stone may be remembered for more than just our old age. Ooh, we got a new sword. This one is... Slab sword. Extremely heavy, requires charge to swing. Interesting. So you have to, like, hold it for a second. And then it swings. Huh. I'll have to try that out. Maybe it does more damage or something. Good call, Ski. I did not think about showing him the rock sword. But that was 100% the thing to do. Good call, good call, good call. This is really slow. I might switch back to the mirror sword. I also just really like the way that looks. Okay, let's go back to the east. You know, this sword is also really good for me because in action games, if I panic, I tend to just spam the attack button, and this will actually help me out when I do that. Come on. There we go. I don't know if that green goop the Scorp Wolves are dropping actually does anything, but I'll pick it up anyway. Let me see something real quick. Okay. That's a go. Okay, so that is an anvil. We already checked that out. Oh, there's squids here. I love that sound! Oh, they're cute. I like these guys. Skrex! Skrex! I like their eyes. Ah! Alright. Ooh, got a new respawn point. It was a little campfire. I think I actually know what's up here. I remember this from last time I played the demo, so I'm gonna switch over to my wand sword for a sec. We got ourselves another boss. Oh shit, okay. Alright, I don't remember where you're supposed to hit this thing. It's supposed to be more on the head or more on the body? I'm probably gonna lose all my coins to this boss, because I remember this being tough the first time I played. Okay, you have to hit it more on the body. Mm-hmm. Okay, sometimes you can get multiple hits in. Ooh, that was good. Took a hit there, but we got a lot of hits in too! There we go. Ooh, I did that a lot faster than on my first time. Whee! Let's go! Let's go! Man, I'm actually kind of upset that I beat that boss in 2 tries, because that boss was really cool. I like the bullet hell aspect of it. I wish I'd gotten to show that off a little bit more, but God, I'm too skilled. What can I say? We need the victory fanfare redeem back. Yeah, I don't know. The reason I stopped doing channel redeems is because now I turn a lot of stream content into YouTube content, and I feel like for YouTube viewers, the channel redeems, like, it's interesting trying to like make a good stream and YouTube experience at the same time, because to make a good YouTube experience, you can't have like too much of like the stream specific stuff, if that makes sense. Like, that's why in like my Master Duel videos I don't show chat on stream or like any of that. I try to make it feel more like a YouTube video, and the channel redeems kind of take away from that. And I could just turn them off and, you know, turn them back on when I'm not recording, but like it's kind of a hassle. I'm open to like brainstorming some more ideas about how to work a solution for that though. The problem with just simply disabling during recording is that I don't always know what is and isn't going to get used in a YouTube video. There are some times where I do, but there are a lot of times where I don't at the same time, so yeah, it's kind of like, Anyway. Greetings, young warrior. Have you happened upon yonder cave? Within lurks a horrid monster. Me and my fellow have been plotting to slay the beast. The feat proves strenuous. Feel free to test your mettle, but heed this. That creature is mighty and unyielding. That sounds like another boss. What do you have to say? Nothing? Beast's Lair. Got another checkpoint here. Also, we got some stuff we can... Ooh, that's iron. That's actually different from what we were getting before. We were getting tin before. Okay, I think I actually remember this guy, too. I thought I only beat 2 of the bosses. But anyway. Let's start with this sword. I'm mostly just watching his attack patterns. Okay, so it looks like he jumps to like wherever you last were, and then alternates between this and the waves. Okay. I love that. Oh no, when I died. I love the little messages up top there. I'll never get over that. I think... I almost wonder... No, that's just a little... I don't like the delay. I almost think I'd prefer the tongue sword here. I think this has a little bit more range, and I think that's what I need in this fight. Because I think what I need to do is... Here, I'll show you. So he's gonna jump where I was, right? Okay, I just screwed that up right off the bat. You know what? Let's just start over. There we go. Okay. So because he's gonna jump right where I am, I think the play is to like just slowly back up, and that way you can keep him close and keep hitting him. And the tongue sword, I think, will give me just the bit of reach that I need to pull off that kind of a strat. So let me Let me do this. Shit. Oh, I need to stop walking into him. Alright, I'm gonna start this over again real quick. So I just threw that right at the beginning. So he leads with the jump. That's why I keep getting screwed up. I think he's gonna lead with the stomp, but he leads with the jump. So we gotta start by moving. Okay. I didn't even try to do it that time. Okay, you know what? I think the wand... I think I might actually need to do projectiles here. I think I need to keep my distance that much. Let's try it. Okay. Oh, but no, but you can't really keep your distance, can you? I almost wonder... Hang on. That might work. That might actually work. Hang on. Dodge these real quick and heal. No. No, that is too slow. I thought maybe the delay would be just enough where it would hit him right before as he's about to move, but okay, I think this might actually be the way to go. No, let me try the tongue sword again. I got hit by one of the rocks. I didn't even see what I got hit by for a second there. Okay, I got too greedy there, but I think I have the right idea. Maybe the space between the big attacks is the time to try to get in a bunch of hits instead of trying to hit him when he's jumping around a lot. Like here. Yep, that's exactly how to do it. Yep. There we go. Now we figured it out. Don't bother trying to do it during this attack, because he just jumps again. Shit. Shit, I got really greedy there for literally no reason. There we go. Man, this game is like... Ooh, rubies. I really like that this game rewards you for picking up on attack patterns. I mean, that's a very, like, yeah, duh, video games do that. But, I mean, not all of them do, though. Not all of them do. This game really actually rewards you for watching for attack patterns to find good opportunities to strike, as opposed to, like, brute forcing it. I really appreciate that. Alright. Oh, what do you have to say? I killed your monster, dude. You felled the beast? Really? Very impressive. You're a natural brave. I don't remember what voice I gave this guy the first time. Not a scar on you, though. We thought you'd not the grit. You've humbled us, warrior. With the beast gone, we'll be packing up. I certainly hope to see you again. Whee, me too. Alright, so that is another demo boundary. If you ever see these red X's, these are demo boundaries. So in the actual game, you'll be able to go... We've seen a lot of these, too. Like... Oh, look, they're gone already. That's cool. Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, open world. But, like, this game's world is pretty... is pretty sprawling. Okay, so that's where the snake is. And there's a boundary thing there, too. Oh, shit. I shouldn't have tried to... Well, you know what? This is fine. It's just some scorpion wolves. We should be fine. Hopefully, probably. Ah! Wish there was an in-game map. Actually... Ah! Hang on. Let me go to the menu and see if there by chance is somewhere. That might be like an item or something, though, later in the... Like, at a different point in the game. Oh, look at that. Map. No map. So it looks like... That is something that's planned, we just don't have... There might actually be a map, I just might not have found it yet, to be fair. because we do still have... Well, actually, we can go back to our house and see everything that we've done so far. I think we have at least one more boss to beat, though. So it could be reasonable that the map is still out there somewhere. Oh yeah, you're down here. And you. Here we go. Alright, so if we look over here, we've defeated 3 of 4 bosses and collected 6 of 16 swords. So there's one more boss. Yeah, just one more boss. How much iron do we have? Not a ton, okay. We got some more rubies, that's interesting too. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where we haven't been yet. There's a boundary thing down here, yep. About over here. Okay, let me, see my sword situation real quick. Okay. Ah! I don't think I needed to heal there. Oh well. Okay, so yeah, these are more boundary. Oh my god, what the fuck? Holy. We did not see this thing last time we were here. Ooh. That was 4 souls? Okay, that's cool. That's how we can farm those if we want to try to get that kind of sword. I don't know. I want to go for all the bosses, but I don't know if I'm going to go for every sword. Maybe I'll not go for every sword and see if, you know, give you all some incentive to see what swords you can get in the game. I don't know if I want to show off every single thing. Gotta leave something for people to explore. Alright. I don't know what this does. I don't think it's... Yeah, it's not in our inventory. Oh, it heals. Okay. So you can just come here and spend a little money to get some healing if you need it or want it. That's cute. Alright. Okay, so we've thoroughly explored this section. We can't do anything else over there. We've rolled out all those screens. That screen doesn't lead anywhere. And I'm pretty sure we've already gone everywhere we can up here. I just want to rule out this side of the world real quick. Yeah, because this is Rock Sword guy. Okay. Alright, so that's clear. There was... This cave had another exit. I don't remember if we explored every single thing over there. Go and take a look. Actually, did we go north from here last time? Oh my god, no we didn't! What the fuck? Okay, we found our last boss! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, okay. Okay, but he doesn't go all the way across the screen with that. Yep. Okay, alright. We're good, we're good. 3 health bars, good lord. Ah! Ah! Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Ah! Okay, that's winnable. That looks tough, but that's very winnable. Also, holy jump scare. Should go back. Oh, and talk to Rock Guy again? Yeah, we'll definitely do that for sure, but, yeah, let me snooze these ads real quick. Yeah, I can't believe we didn't walk north before. I definitely would have remembered that. That's still a jump scare, even when I knew it was coming. Okay, so the roar doesn't actually do damage, it just knocks me away. That's good to know. He's gonna do that one more time. Oh, no, he's gonna do this fire snakes. Shit. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. That's a fun sound effect. Okay. So, we gotta get close, but not too close. Oh, talk to the cake vendor again. Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't talk to them, I just bought the cake, didn't I? Okay. I feel like if I just could avoid getting a little bit too close to them, I could avoid half this damage I'm taking at least. Sometimes those fire snakes get you in a bad spot. Half the time I'm getting hit, it's because I'm watching this guy's neck wiggle. It's so cool to look at. Shit. No! I went the wrong way! Ah, if I had gone to the left instead of the right, I think I could have won that time. That attempt. But that's fine. We got this. This feels like a very winnable fight. I just need to stop getting so... Well, I've stopped getting so close now. Even if it means I get fewer hits, it's definitely worth... Okay, we should have, yeah, dodged that. Okay, we've got one health bar down. That's not bad. That wasn't too bad of a round of fire snakes either. Okay, that round of fire snakes was that was avoidable. I could have avoided that. I shouldn't have doubled back. I got hit because I doubled back there. Stood too close. Ah, we're so close! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Sick. Sick! The last owner of the mine must have been some kind of idiot. The guy was splitting the profits completely evenly among the workers. What a joke! Giving the miners breaks, selling ore at market price. Just a moron. And even dumber, the miners! When they aren't sleeping, they're blowing themselves up. This sounds like a game of Dwarf Fortress 2. Oh, I wonder if that's the inspiration. This sounds like this has some boat murdered vibes. No hope with numbers either. They still think I'm paying them an even split. I raised their wages a pittance, and I'm pocketing all the extra coin. Har, har, har. We've almost extracted all the tin. I'll sell the place right before it's all gone. Alright. Sounds like a lovely person. But this indicates the demo boundary once again. So I think we're just about wrapped up here. Let me head back out and go back to the to our main little house and just confirm that that was in fact the last boss. Oh, snooze these ads again. Alright. Yep. All right. 4 out of 4 bosses. There's still 10 swords we didn't get, though. But I don't think I'm going to go for all of them because I want you all to explore this demo a little bit and see what kind of cool swords you can... Because we found so many materials we never used. Tin, iron, bones, souls. I wonder what kind of sword of bones and souls. I've never made a sword with those, so I don't know. But I think for the time being, this is going to do it for our Yancy adventure. Rip the cake vendor. True, but if you want to see what the cake vendor says, I would encourage you to download the demo and go try talking to them yourself. And maybe there is some extra dialogue there. I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't want to show off necessarily every single little thing in the demo to give people some incentive to want to try it out as well. Also, have been in talks with my friend Ollie, and I think there is some exclusive Yancy content that I can show you all in the near future as well. So I think that is how we're going to do it. You're mostly getting wrecked. I think that this game has a really interesting learning curve. Again, it seems kind of odd. Like, it seems like the design intention here is to, watch for patterns and try to follow those more than just like brute forcing and all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, anyway. That's going to do it for Yancy. So thank you all so much for checking out this game. Those of you who did, I super cannot give you enough words of how appreciative I am of that. Ollie's a very good person. This dev team has been working very, very hard and still has a lot more to come out. This is just like this, well, it's the demo, of course, it's just scraping the surface, but you know what I mean. So thank you again for watching, Yancy. I really appreciate it. Please take care of yourself and beat the heat. Yeah, it's starting to get getting a little stifling in here, so I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. Also, we've been going for over 4 hours, which I didn't necessarily intend, but definitely don't mind getting to spend more time with you all either. Okay, so like I said, that'll do it. Let me go ahead and see who is live. Is there anybody live that we could raid? Who's on? Meeps is on. Let's go raid Meeps again. Meeps is doing viewer duels and replays. So if you're interested in more of that like we had at the start of the stream, you can definitely get some more of that action over on Meeps' stream. But for now, that's going to go ahead and do it. Like I said, thank you so very much for the support, not only for my stream, but for my friend's game as well. We really do appreciate it. But that'll do it for now. Thanks, everybody, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.